Yeah, but in Chicago, you're right. They were packing my stuff. I'm like, what?
Abby, you have one story about America, and if you talk about it one more time, all right, Abby.
I was in Chicago, and I hear a noise in the bush.
What do you mean one story? I have so many stories.
There was a noise in the bush, and it was a scary man.
I've done America because you went to Chicago. All right.
I've been to San Diego as well.
You went to San Diego, Chicago, and you think you know America.
And Los Angeles.
God damn it. Why is John like this? Why is he like this?
Why is John the way he is?
John
were you dropped on your head as a baby? Or, like, how did your parents react when they found you?
Show some fucking respect. It was just Memorial Day and Easter or Oh,
I don't care. John, how did your parents react when they found you eating paint chips? Did they tell you to stop, or did they just, like, let it happen?
He's gonna roast your ass.
You know those G.I. Joe characters? You know, John actually was caught licking off the paint off of each one as a child.
You know John's running for fucking office again.
Again? Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna do great.
Yeah, is he running for mayor now?
I think the
John, when do you realize that the people don't want you?
When do you realize you actually have to campaign instead of like fucking recording Clubhouse?
No, I bet John knocks on doors. I bet he does.
Could you imagine John Kitover knocking on your door?
Oh, it's a scary sight. Don't get me wrong. But I think he knocks on doors.
What was that?
That was my recording device. Don't worry about it.
That was funny. Do-do-do.
No, that was something that I applied that was charging.
And the sound is so nice.
How many days until you start your new job?
Start on Monday.
No more Keegan.
Just neglect your family and go on this stupid fucking app.
You will be missed.
You could be like fucking Diogenes and just go on Clubhouse when you're on the car and get in the Matrix every 5 seconds.
Real.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No, he left. So what did you guys do for Memorial Day?
The beach.
And do shit.
You went to the beach to, like, in the cold? You said it was cold.
No, it was hot down there. I felt like an asshole. Like, I came in with, like, my fucking sweater on, and then I was there, like, it's so fucking hot. This sucks. And then take it off.
Yeah, it was pretty hot out here yesterday, too. We just, like, smoked some meats and hung out with the family. Just barbecue style. It was pretty nice. It would have been a good day for the beach yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, was it crowded?
I'm in an underpopulated area, so the beach here is never crowded.
A machine does
Oh,
this.
that's nice.
Yeah. Surprised you know it was Memorial Day, Abby.
Because all these people on this app keep on talking about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't know.
I
Are you
remember.
back in your... Oh, sorry. What's that?
No, nothing. No, I was about to say something irrelevant.
You always do, Kevin.
Yeah, I know.
So was I. It's okay.
I was thinking about Memorial Day and like patriotism and stuff, and I remember I was at a sporting event and I was like walking to, like, I was already like in the, not the hall, but like around the, I wasn't in my seat during the national anthem, and I was like continuing to walk wherever I was going, like the bathroom.
Hello?
So
Hello?
I was like you gotta keep walking during the national anthem. I was like, all right, dude. Like,
Hell yeah. Call him the fuck out.
It's like you do realize that like the military pays the NFL to like fucking do this shit so that
to recruit new soldiers.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if that's true or not. Is that true? That's like
It
one of
has
those things
to
that.
Yeah.
It's a sign of respect. God damn it.
I just, you know how I feel about it? I feel like, I don't know if you've heard Louis C.K.'s joke. He's like, you know, sometimes when I'm on the plane and I'm in first class, you know, if I see a service member, I'll switch my seat with them, you know, because they, you know, they think they're helping. And that's really nice.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I like it's commendable from Louis C.K.
I support the troops.
Well, someone's got to do it, but that someone isn't me, in the wise words of Pete Seeger.
Yeah, but you can't even stop during the national anthem. Where were you at?
I was at a baseball game.
You suck. You were walking around during the national anthem at a baseball game. Fuck.
Yeah, because I didn't, you know, go there to fucking guzzle the military's, you know,
No,
member.
it's just a sign. Like, heaven forbid you have to engage in the.
You know what I would do? You know what I would do? I would if they were doing the thing where they're like, we'd like to honor, you know, this guy, this particular service member that's here who served in, you know, the whatever airborne division. I would stop for that. I would stop to pay respects to an actual person. I'm not gonna like stop to you know, pay respect to this like institution.
This is the secular mind.
I get it.
This is
It's understandable.
I don't care. I'm not gonna
I
get
don't
out of.
get it.
I'm not gonna like get out of my way to stand up and do stuff during it. But if I'm already up and walking around, I'm not gonna like stop. Oh no, they're playing this special song. They're playing this special song. I gotta stop. Like.
I don't like it. I have a less of an opinion on you, Kevin. Though.
Kevin, you really are one of the J's.
It's just a very easy
Oh god.
fucking thing to do. Who gives a shit?
No, really, who gives a shit? Like, it's like let's be real.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who gives a shit?
No, the opposite. Against Kevin, he thinks his time is so fucking important.
No, I'm with
Hello?
him. I mean, we have the
Hello?
right, right? So we should just
Hello?
execute our rights.
Hello?
Yeah. When I was in, I told Abby this story. When I was in like 8th grade in public school, I didn't want to stand for the national anthem, but not the national, for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, and my teacher told me that. What? Yeah, my teacher told me that I had to, and I said, this is a public school, and I have a First Amendment right to not stand if I don't want to. And he said, basically, like, you know, not my class or whatever, like some bullshit.
Hell yeah.
And I sent a letter to the ACLU, and then the ACLU sent a letter to my school telling them that I did not have to stand. And my principal was very upset at me. He did not like. He was just like, oh, you know what my principal said? He was like, hey, like if you had just come to me when this happened, like I would have sided with you. Like you didn't. You kind of escalated things quickly, and I was like, yeah, that's fair enough, you know.
Right. No, that's really smart for an 8th grader, though. You knew.
No, I was being a little prick. I was being a little prick. I was totally being a little prick. My parents were really upset with me. Not because they were just like, because they didn't want to be like a pariah or whatever, and because it was a formal legal notice, they that the school had to spend, you know, probably at least $500 or $1,000 on, you know, paying their retained lawyer to like issue a response. So I cost the school. I definitely cost the school some money.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, I love that. That's better than my stories. My stories would be like, and it happened a couple different times. A few different teachers would try to send me out. They'd be like, go to the principal's office. And then I think at some point it would click in their brain, oh, we can't actually do anything about this. And I'd get like, you know, halfway down the hallway and they'd be like, nope, just come back into class. I was wrong. It's okay. So it never really, you know, escalated too far.
Yeah. At what point, like, the teacher just kind of, like, asked me, like, hey, like, why didn't you want to? And
Then you told him because you don't believe in anything, because you're a positivist.
I think what did I say? What did I say?
Degenerate.
I guess I honestly I
bet
don't
you
remember.
didn't even make a moral stance that was equivalent. You're a lazy fuck.
Yeah.
Same. No, literally that was me. I was just like, I just don't feel like it, or I'm tired. Like, fuck you, dude. You guys force us to do this shit every single goddamn day, right? K through 12. Some days I'm gonna be fucking tired, and I'm not gonna want to do it. You know, whatever.
Yeah. I think it might have been because I was like an educated atheist and didn't want to stand for one nation under God. I could be wrong though. That seems like something I would have done.
I don't think. I think you're probably more of a Coco, just a lazy bone.
Yeah, that was me being a little shit stirrer.
There was a case in my state recently. Interesting. It was a Palestinian kid, like last year, and I guess they sued the school and they just won because she didn't want to participate in Pledge of Allegiance. And I don't know. I guess the teacher like verbally attacked her after the fact. I'm in Michigan though, so.
See, I agree with that. At least that's a strong stance. At least like that clicks to my brain why you would do that. You know, but Kevin's just a lazy asshole. Like that's it.
I'm gonna be honest here. I actually do remember what I was upset about, and it's a little embarrassing.
What was it?
I think I was upset about the early. This was like 2014, so this was like early like Mike Brown BLM stuff. I think it might have been a BLM thing.
Oh my God!
At least it's something. At least it's something.
But I think I also didn't like that. I was also really into atheism, and I think the one nation under God I think also bothered me.
So that makes sense. So you grew up. I assume you grew up on the evolution of the atheist pipeline. Like you were watching.
Yeah, 100%. And then in like when I was like 13, it took like a libertarian turn. And then I basically got more right-wing through being like maybe 16. And then I kind of pumped the brakes on that a little bit. It's so funny. I never was like into Trump, like genuinely. Like I thought he was funny, but I always thought he was kind of like an idiot. Like I was never like a full-throated, And then in 2018, I became like I kind of took a break from politics, and I became more like progressive. And then I was like really progressive, and then I kind of went back to like social democrat. Now I'm back here. Now I'm now I'm where I am.
You're still social democrat. Shut up.
By some standards, yeah, I'd say so. It depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to, yeah, it depends who I'm talking to.
Danielle, I'm supposed to call with Angelo this Saturday.
Oh, how's Angelo doing?
Yeah, we called like for a minute. He said I will call you in a few hours, and then he didn't. I think he fell asleep because he was working. I will call you after work time. But yeah, let's see. Next time, perhaps. Let's tell me Ashton's baby daddy.
Ashton's baby daddy?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if that's a reference to.
You don't know Ashton?
No.
Good for you.
Wait, who's Ashland's baby daddy?
Hold on. It's an account called Crime Pills or something.
Oh.
You have to look on Twitter. Let me see what's the name. Crime Pills for Kids.
the one time I got detention in middle school was because I was talking during the silent prayer in the morning. That was the one time. The one time.
I think Nora got hospitalized or something.
That's not good. No,
That is better.
Well, that's good. You're right. That is good, actually. Why are people talking about Diego's court proceedings? I looked it up, and this shit happened 2 years ago.
It's because when Nora went insane.
What the hell? He should be in jail right now serving his time, man. Shut the hell up.
When Nora went insane the first time, people started to be blaming Diego. And then they were doxing Diego. Everyone knows Diego.
It's weird that Kathy cares so much about it. It's weird that she cares so much about it.
She doesn't want to see a white man get hit.
He's not white. He's fucking Hispanic.
He's a Hispanic guy. He's Mexican.
Well, Spanish people are white.
Well, he's not Spanish, though. He's Mexican.
He's Mexican?
Yeah, he's
how Mexican? Is it indigenous blood or Spanish blood?
I think it's indigenous blood.
It's very different. Very different.
It is very different. You're absolutely right.
He's not a white Hispanic.
Wait. How do you feel about man? How do you feel about Mexican immigrants who are clearly 90% plus Spanish blood?
Ask my brother.
Like Nick.
Abby, right, Abby?
Right.
My brother, Kevin, the joke is my brother was dating a girl for a while. I actually thought they were going to last. She's 21. But she's from Venezuela, but her family's from Spain, right? They are.
Yeah, from how many generations ago?
Not too many, though.
Yeah.
But I think 2 or 3 generations from Spaniards, Spanish, and he said she's white. So I don't think she was. I said she's not.
That does make you blind.
He also has to say.
This is AICityCorp.com. Go to AICityCorp.com to find out about the hottest, latest, newest startup in venture capital. AICityCorp.com. Hello? 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 This is. Hello? This is AICityCorp.com. Go to AICityCorp.com to find out about the hottest, latest, newest startup in venture capital. AICityCorp.com. Hello? 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 This is AI. Karen, welcome. Good morning. I'm going to be reading a book. I hope you like. Gonna read for maybe an hour. Welcome, Alistair. Welcome to the room. I'm gonna mod you if you could help me mod the room. Isn't that great? Bankroll in the house. We finally got the money. We finally got the money. The bankrolls finally come through. Welcome to the show, Bankroll. Love the name. It's going good now that the bankroll is here.
Why you guys all have the same picture?
With the same background.
It's very astute of you to make that observation.
Oh, you guys are veterans? Actually, you guys look like all twins. You guys all twins?
Yes, we are part of a clone army sent from Emperor Palpatine to destroy the Jedis once and for all.
That's funny. What's the topic about?
Emotional programming.
Emotional program? You said emotional programming?
That's the house. The room is called NLP, Hypnosis, Therapy and Poetry, Wisdom and Philosophy. Do you know what NLP is?
No.
Well, it's just words. That's all it really means. Neuro-linguistic programming through words.
Okay. 1 second.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, 1 second. So what's the topic about though?
It is about selfishness.
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 Okay, explain.
What is selfishness?
Like being selfish, like a narcissist.
What is narcissism?
Like basically only like caring about yourself at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, what about at the beginning of the day? I'd say a real narcissist starts the moment you wake up, not just at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
What do you mean you don't know about that?
I mean, I think that's just human nature. I mean, as soon as you wake up, you gotta think about your stomach first. Right?
Okay, we're going to read from what's called The Virtue of Selfishness. And this chapter is by Nathaniel Branden. It's titled, Isn't Everyone Selfish? We're going to read one page from a book. And then I'm going to go get my coffee. And then we're going to read another page from the book. This is a book club room. Are you ready for page 68?
Yeah,
In what way would such a man be the beneficiary of his action? The answer is given in Atlas Shrugged. In the scene when Galt, knowing he is about to be arrested, tells Dagny, if they get the slightest suspicion of what we are to each other, they will have you on a torture rack. I mean physical torture. Before my eyes in less than a week. I'm not going to wait for that. At the first mention of a threat to you, I will kill M-word and stop them right there. I don't have to tell you that if I do it, it won't be an act of self-sacrifice. I do not care to live on their terms. I do not care to obey them. I do not care to see you enduring a drawn-out murder. There will be no values for me to seek after that. And I do not care to exist without values. If a man loves a woman so much that he does not wish to survive her death, if life can have nothing more to offer him at that price, then his dying to save her is not a sacrifice. The same principle applies to a man caught in a dictatorship who willingly risks death to achieve freedom. To call his act a self-sacrifice, one would have to assume that he preferred to live as a slave. The selfishness of a man who is willing to die if necessary, fighting for his freedom, lies in the fact that he is unwilling to go on living in a world where he is no longer able to act on his own judgment. That is a world where human conditions of existence are no longer possible to him. The selfishness or unselfishness of an action is to be determined objectively. It is not determined by the feelings of the person who acts. Just as feelings are not a tool of cognition, so they are not a criterion in ethics. Obviously, in order to act, one has to be moved by some personal motive. One has to want, in some sense, to perform the action. The issue of an action's selfishness or unselfishness depends not on whether or not one wants to perform it, but on why one wants to perform it. By what standard was the action chosen? To achieve what goal?
Club room. Are you ready?
If a man proclaimed that he felt he would best benefit others by robbing and murdering them, men would not be willing to grant that his actions were altruistic. By the same logic and for the same reasons, if a man pursues a course of blind self-destruction, his feeling that he has something to gain by it does not establish his actions as selfish. Okay, that's one page of Ayn Rand. Hello? So have you learned anything new about selfishness? Hello? Hello? Where did the bankroll go? The bankroll has left us for rooms of higher value. Oh, the bank is back.
Yeah, so that's you're reading that right there. You're reading that right there.
Yeah, Ayn Rand. There was a chapter on selfishness, one page from it. I'm creating content to emotionally program objective ethics into my brain and into the brain of thousands of clones in the army. Hello?
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that out of infinite space, priest the prince, priest the beast, all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, as soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen.
If motivated solely by a sense of charity, compassion, duty, or altruism, a person renounces a value, desire, a goal in favor of the pleasure, wishes or needs of another person whom he values less than the thing he renounced. That is an act of self-sacrifice. The fact that a person may feel that he wants to do it does not make his action selfish or establish objectively that he is its beneficiary. Suppose, for example, that a son chooses the career he wants by rational standards, but then renounces it in order to please his mother, who prefers that he pursue a different career, one that will have more prestige in the eyes of the neighbors. The boy accedes to his mother's wish because he has accepted that such is his moral duty. He believes that his duty as a son consists of placing his mother's happiness above his own, even if he knows that his mother's demand is irrational, and even if he knows that he is sentencing himself to a life of misery and frustration. It is absurd for the advocates of the everyone is selfish doctrine to assert that since the boy is motivated by the desire to be virtuous or to avoid guilt, no self-sacrifice is involved and his action is really selfish. What is evaded is the question of why the boy feels and desires as he does. Emotions and desires are not causeless, irreducible primaries. They are the product of the premises one has accepted. The boy wants to renounce his career only because he has accepted the ethics of altruism. He believes that it is immoral to act for his self-interest. That is the principle directing his actions. Advocates of the everyone is selfish doctrine do not deny that under the pressure of the altruistic ethics, men can knowingly act against their own long-range happiness. They merely assert that in some higher, undefinable sense, such men are still acting selfishly. A definition of selfishness that includes or permits the possibility of knowingly acting against one's long-range happiness is a contradiction in terms. It is only the legacy of mysticism that permits men to imagine that they are still speaking meaningfully when they declare that one can seek one's happiness in the renunciation of one's happiness. Motivated solely by a sense of charity, compassion, duty, or altruism, a person renounces the value of desire. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Two, welcome to the room. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools.
and I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Fortune above the gems are yours, the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of the deep. The winged glow, the starry blue are mine, a land of not These are fools that men outdo, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above.
The basic fallacy in the everyone is selfish argument consists of an extraordinarily crude equivocation. It is psychological truism, a tautology, that all purposeful behavior is motivated. But to equate motivated behavior with selfish behavior is to blank out the distinction between an elementary fact of human psychology and the phenomenon of ethical choice. It is to evade the central problem of ethics, namely, by what is man to be motivated? A genuine selfishness, that is, a genuine concern with discovering what is to one's self-interest, an acceptance of the responsibility of achieving it, a refusal ever to betray it by acting on the blind whim, mood, impulse, or feeling of the moment, an uncompromising loyalty to one's judgment. Convictions and values represents a profound moral achievement. Those who assert that everyone is selfish commonly intend their statement as an expression of cynicism and contempt, but the truth is that their statement pays mankind a compliment it does not deserve. September 1962, Isn't Everyone Selfish? By Nathaniel Branden. Chapter 6, The Psychology of Pleasure by Nathaniel Branden. Pleasure for man is not a luxury, but a profound psychological need. Pleasure, in the widest sense of the term, is a metaphysical concomitant of life, the reward and consequence of successful action, just as pain is the insignia of failure, destruction, death. Through the state of enjoyment, man experiences the value of life, the sense that life is worth living, worth struggling to maintain. In order to live, man must act to achieve values, pleasure, or enjoyment. Is at once an emotional payment for successful action and an incentive to continue acting. Further, because of the metaphysical meaning of pleasure to man, the state of enjoyment gives him a direct experience of his own efficacy, of his competence to deal with the facts of reality, to achieve his values, to live. Implicitly contained in the experience of pleasure is the feeling, I am in control of my existence, just as implicitly contained in the experience of pain is the feeling I am helpless. As pleasure emotionally entails a sense of efficacy, so pain emotionally entails a sense of impotence.
She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged glow, the starry blue, are mine awake of my soon. My joy is to see your joy. Fourteen above, the gemmed azurians, the naked splendor of Nuyent. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged glow, the starry blue, are mine awake of Nahon Su. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of Newt, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh its center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eye was the minister of poor apartment. 8, the cobs is in the pool, not the pool in the cobs. 9, worship there.
Further, because of the metaphysical meaning of pleasure to man, the state of enjoyment gives him a direct experience of his own efficacy, of his competence to deal with the facts of reality, to achieve his values, to live. Implicitly contained in the experience of pleasure is the feeling I am in control of my existence, just as implicitly contained in the experience of pain is the feeling I am helpless. As pleasure emotionally entails a sense of efficacy, so pain emotionally entails a sense of impotence. Thus, in letting man experience in his own person the sense that life is a value and that he is a value, pleasure serves as the emotional fuel of man's existence. Just as the pleasure-pain mechanism of man's body works as a barometer of health or injury, so the pleasure-pain mechanism of his consciousness works on the same principle, acting as a barometer of what is for him or against him, what is beneficial to his life or inimical. But man is a being of volitional consciousness. He has no innate ideas, no automatic or infallible knowledge of what his survival depends on. He must choose the values that are to guide his actions and set his goals. His emotional mechanism will work according to the kind of values he chooses. It is his values that determine what a man feels to be for him or against him. It is his values that determine what a man seeks for pleasure. If a man makes an error in his choice of values, his emotional mechanism will not correct him. It has no will of its own. If a man's values are such that he desires things which in fact and in reality lead to his destruction, his emotional mechanism will not save him, but will instead urge him on toward destruction. He will have set it in reverse against himself and against the facts of reality, against his own life. Man's emotional mechanism is like an electronic computer. Man has the power to program it, but no power to change its nature, so that if he sets the wrong programming, he will not be able to escape the fact that the most self-destructive desires will have for him the emotional intensity and urgency of life-saving actions. He has, of course, the power to change the programming, but only by changing his values. A man's basic values reflect his conscious or subconscious view of himself and of his existence. They are the expression of A, the degree and nature of his self-esteem or lack of it, and B, the extent to which he regards the universe as open to his understanding and action or closed, the extent to which he holds a benevolent or malevolent view of existence. Thus, the things which a man seeks for pleasure or enjoyment are profoundly revealing psychologically. They are the index of his character and soul. By soul, I mean a man's consciousness and his basic motivating values.
Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the a manifestation of night to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. I've helped me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Behold it, my secret center, my heart and my heart. 7. Behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Fortnite. It's in the cats, it's in the poo, not the poo in the cats. 9 worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants give you a secret, they shall know the many and the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save in need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the fashion of my land. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine crown.
If a man makes an error in his choice of values, his emotional mechanism will not correct him. It has no will of its own. If a man's values are such that he desires things which in fact and in reality lead to his destruction, his emotional mechanism will not save him, but will instead urge him on toward destruction. He will set it in reverse against himself. against the facts of reality, against his own life. Man's emotional mechanism is like an electronic computer. Man has the power to program it, but no power to change its nature, so that if he sets the wrong programming, he will not be able to escape the fact that the most self-destructive desires will have for him the emotional intensity and urgency of life-saving actions. He has, of course, the power to change the programming, but only by changing his values. Man's basic values reflect his conscious or subconscious view of himself and of existence. They are the expression of A, the degree and nature of his self-esteem or lack of it, and B, the extent to which he regards the universe as open to his understanding and action or closed, i.e., the extent to which he holds a benevolent or malevolent view of existence. Thus, the things which a man seeks for pleasure or enjoyment are profoundly revealing psychologically. They are the index of his character and soul. By soul, I mean a man's consciousness and his basic motivating values. They are broadly 5 interconnected areas that allow man to experience the enjoyment of life: productive work, human relationships, recreation, art, sex. Productive work is the most fundamental of these. Through his work, man gains his basic sense of control over existence, his sense of efficacy, which is the necessary foundation of the ability to enjoy any other value. The man whose life lacks direction or purpose, the man who has no creative goal, necessarily feels helpless and out of control. The man who feels helpless and out of control feels inadequate to and unfit for existence, and the man who feels unfit for existence is incapable of enjoying it. One of the hallmarks of a man of self-esteem who regards the universe as open to his effort is the profound pleasure he experiences in the productive work of his mind. His enjoyment of life is fed by his unceasing concern to grow in knowledge and ability, to think, to achieve, to move forward, to meet new challenges and overcome them, to earn the pride of a constantly expanding efficacy. A different kind of soul is revealed by the man who predominantly takes pleasure in working only at the routine and familiar.
The song I invoke. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my pity. By the sword I invoke. hawks by my bed, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with all the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue beard of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tread on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music, the song that I made of old to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy kings. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. king of I that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. So mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and the conquering Lord. Warriors, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike and I begin. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 are the voices.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O P.D., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vehicle at the intimate there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one that double power in the voice of
A different kind of soul is revealed by the man who predominantly takes pleasure in working only at the routine and familiar, who is inclined to enjoy working in his semi-days, who sees happiness and freedom from challenge or struggle or effort, the soul of a man profoundly deficient in self-esteem, to whom the universe appears as unknowable and vaguely threatening. The man whose central motivating impulse is a longing for safety, not the safety that is won by efficacy, but the safety of a world in which efficacy is not demanded. Still, a different kind of soul is revealed by the man who finds it inconceivable that work, any form of work, can be enjoyable, who regards the effort of earning a living as a necessary evil, who dreams only of the pleasures that begin when the workday ends, the pleasure of drowning his brain in alcohol, or television, or billiards, or women, the pleasure of not being conscious. The soul of a man with scarcely a shred of self-esteem, who never expected the universe to be comprehensible, and takes his lethargic dread of it for granted, and whose only form of relief and only notion of enjoyment is the dim flicker of undemanding sensations. Still another kind of soul is revealed by the man who takes pleasure, not in achievement, but in destruction, whose action is aimed not at attaining efficacy, but at ruling those who have attained it. The soul of a man so abjectly lacking in self-value and so overwhelmed by terror of existence that his sole form of self-fulfillment is to unleash his resentment and hatred against those who do not share his state, those who are able to live as if by destroying the confident, the strong, and the healthy, he could convert impotence into efficacy. A rational, self-confident man is motivated by a love of values and by a desire to achieve them. A neurotic is motivated by fear and by a desire to escape it. This difference in motivation is reflected not only in the things each type of man will seek for pleasure, but in the nature of the pleasure they will experience. The emotional quality of the pleasure experienced by the four men described above, for instance, is not the same. The quality of any pleasure depends on the mental processes that give rise to and attend it, and on the nature of the values involved. The pleasure of using one's consciousness properly and the pleasure of being unconscious are not the same, just as the pleasure of achieving real values, gaining an authentic sense of efficacy, and the pleasure of temporarily diminishing one's sense of fear and helplessness are not the same. The man of self-esteem experiences the pure, unadulterated enjoyment of using his faculties properly and of achieving actual values in reality. Who is inclined to enjoy working in his semi-days, who sees happiness and freedom from challenge.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I go. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, say the be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six of them arose and crossed of life and life. Giving the sun and remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the ether, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and life. Remaining in the side to the invocation to Christ. Therefore I say unto thee, and thou wilt dwell in me, for that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the earth, and every spirit scourge of God, the vast one life is every heart of Abraham. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the last one might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, and ends in 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Hearing the sign, teaching abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's true. Wisdom of God. Now it's love. Wisdom Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God. It's true. Wisdom of God. teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 nights and not 11. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's time. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm. And the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, my eyes are above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the Prince preach the beast, and in his
This same principle applies to all forms of enjoyment. Thus, in the realm of human relationships, a different form of pleasure is experienced, a different sort of motivation is involved, and a different kind of character is revealed. By the man who seeks for enjoyment the company of human beings of intelligence, integrity, and self-esteem, who share his exacting standards, and by the man who is able to enjoy himself only with human beings who have no standards whatever and with whom therefore he feels free to be himself, or by the man who finds pleasure only in the company of people he despises, to whom he can compare himself favorably, or by the man who finds pleasure only among people he can deceive and manipulate, from whom he derives the lowest neurotic substitute for a sense of genuine efficacy, sense of power. For the rational, psychologically healthy man, the desire for pleasure is the desire to celebrate his control over reality. For the neurotic, the desire for pleasure is the desire to escape from reality. Now consider the sphere of recreation. For instance, a party. A rational man enjoys a party as an emotional reward for achievement, and he can enjoy it only if, in fact, it involves activities that are enjoyable, such as seeing people whom he likes, meeting new people whom he finds interesting, engaging in conversations in which something worth saying and hearing is being said and heard. But a neurotic can enjoy a party for reasons unrelated to the real activities taking place. He may hate or despise or fear all the people present. He may act like a noisy fool and feel secretly ashamed of it, but he will feel that he is enjoying it all because people are emitting the vibrations of approval, or because it is a social distinction to have been invited to this party, or because other people appear to be gay, or because the party has spared him, for the length of an evening, the terror of being alone. The pleasure of being drunk is obviously the pleasure of escaping from the responsibility of consciousness. And so are the kind of social gatherings, held for no other purpose than the expression of hysterical chaos, where the guests wander around in an alcoholic stupor, prattling noisily and senselessly, and enjoying the illusion of a universe where one is not burdened with purpose, logic, reality, or awareness. Observe in this connection the modern beatniks. For instance, the manner of dancing. What one sees is not smiles of authentic enjoyment, but the vacant staring eyes, the jerky, disorganized movements of what looks like decentralized bodies, all working very hard with a kind of flat-footed hysteria at projecting an air of the purposeless, senseless, the mindless. This is the pleasure of unconsciousness.
This woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 born upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given. unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, as soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my
Hold on the brain. It's the computer system's
to
up.
their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever sun, and she moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows of splendrous serpent. 19 azure lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. children under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is yours. My joy is to see your joy. Floating above the jumpers, yours the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy, kiss the secret orders of the deep wing. Glow the starry blue are mine, when kafna konsu. These are fools that men outdo, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gem azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged love, the starry blue, are mine, and of nothing soon. My joy is to see your joy. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, oh, when my joy is to see your child.
The manifestation of new years, the unfurling of the company of heaven, every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one of these, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet out deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of poor apartment. 8, the couch is in the gloom, not the two in the cups. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of night, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeps, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret centers, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of poor Patras. Is in the gloom, not the who in the cats. 9, worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be
sources that deserve
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is.
Qualitatively, subjectively, if you were to compare maybe 3 levels of this, hypothetically there's 0, and what would that experience be like? There's some, that's the kind that you would say is more ideal, and then there's the extreme wrong.
Well, I've never had the experience. I'm when it comes to Amanita, I'm like a very small microdose person. I know people who use Amanita muscaria at high levels, and it is a visionary substance and whatnot, but it will also kind of rewrite the hard drive of your brain. So I've placed Amanita at any kind of a high dose off limits, so I can't really describe it to you.
But the guy we're talking about will be happy to tell you about the time he took a lot of it, and he ran around the forest screaming for like 10 hours and not stop.
My understanding, I've never ingested Amanita. My understanding is that it's more of a deliriant than a classic psychedelic the way we think about it.
Yeah, or it's more of got a little bit of maybe dissociative.
Dissociative.
I draw a door, step in like a spell, with your eyes on my core. Clothing on the table, and the candles lean. Beating off the track. All power, all power. Call it by name. Deep in the dark hour, we were take my hand. All you move like a comet in a velvet coat. I sing your secret from the throne of the note. Come a cup shaking when you laugh that way. Even the moon drops at the edge of day. I don't need a crown, I don't need a throne. If you say my name, I come home, I come home. All power, power, all power under the skin. We close the circle. And let the storm in. My whole pocket, take my hand. All power now in this bed.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Bad is the feeling. No shadows stay. Roll my back, take my hand. All power now in this bed. Roll my back, love and I. And it's me, running by. Roll my back, we can say. Never ends. You move like a comet in a velvet coat. I see no secret from the throat of the note. Caught up a cup shaking when you laugh that way. Even the moon drums at the edge of day. I don't need a crown, I don't need a throne. If you say my name, I come home, I come home. All power, under the skin. We close the circle and let the storm in. All power, take my hand. All power now in this band. All power, love and light. Banish the fear, burn it bright. Break the seal, break the chain, speak the wish of the rain. No shadows. Take my hand, all power now in this band. Follow my plan, love and light, banish the fear, burn. Follow my plan, be a stand, magic, wizards, never
Welcome to the Ask a Mystic Show with Wizard John. Yay! Welcome to the show!
Midnight oil on my hands, I do the circle and salt. Gold rings, black silk, bare feet. Your name was the spark in the vault. And I step to the door. Midnight oil on my hands. I drew the circle and saw. Midnight chalk on the floor. I draw a bold door. You step in like a spell with your eyes on my core. Coffee on the table and the candles lean. Rock up, I crack, stir smoke between. Your hands speak thunder. back. Hard like a city beating off the track. All power, power, all power. Call it by name. We've been the dark hour. We wear the flag. All power, take my hand. All power now in this bed. All power, love and might. Banish the fear, burning bright. You move like a comet in a velvet coat. I sing your secret from the throat of the note. Copper cup shaking when you laugh that way. Even the moon drops at the edge of day. I don't need a crown, I don't need a throne. If you say my name, I come home, I come home. All power, power, all power under the skin. We close the circle and let the storm in. I hope I can take my hand. All power now in this bed. I hope I can love and light. Banish the fear, burning bright. No shadow stay. No shadow stay. Well, I hope I take my hand. All power now in this bed. I hope I love and light. Banish the fear, burning bright. I hope we ascend. Magic wisdom never ends. Charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain High, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Archdeacon, the Ancient and Tenacid Rites of Priesthood, the Resolutious Solidaries, the Vital Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Sweden Organ Love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. I'll take course of life. Shall achieve any time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the And if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden steam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Together kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, you shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. Make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what is lost to the price, to the price, to make the punishment fit the crowd, fit the crowd, to make the punishment fit the crowd, fit the crowd. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time.
Receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged.
All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. A crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate V gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. text is between the points of the pentagram. Starting at upper right, the words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The other impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5 I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the five,
the voice of the 6.
11 of the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Thee I invoke. So thou who bearest the rose and roots of life and love, thee I invoke. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 other voices. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Pause, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Thee I invoke. Now whose upbring is a flashing white, whiter than this forehead of the morning. For thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. For thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Those many hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue.
is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the C to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass the hat, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dotted like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. The cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a time. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out with locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every beat. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Go back, go back. the time. Everyone's repeating back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out with our head. Open up the box right now. Show the numbers right. Push the truth on the tide. It screams till all the time we get flash. Brandon Johnson is the tide. Brandon Johnson is the tide. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals wondering if it's a criminal. CTU is a Mario propaganda organization. But he is a scam. Johnson is the town. With transparency now. With expedition now. Brandon Johnson is the thing. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Revelation from life's lives is a scam. It's a life. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Yeah, one Brandon Johnson is a criminal. CTU is a Mario propaganda organization. And he is a scam. Johnson is the town. With transparency now. With expedition now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations from life's life is a scam. It's a black tax. One tax of its own tax. Justice. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want $3 billion to get the crony dollars. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a coward. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a... Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a... is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the... The book's transparency. Clever spinning tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a lie. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is
for black slaves is a scam. It's black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. However may my cause, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Theater, the Order of the Holy Royal Arts Club, the Ancient and Tennessee Rites of Greece, the Western Buddhist, the Vital Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedenborgian Love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object are sublime. Shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object are sublime. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream,
The case is called a plea. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Together kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object calls sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost to the price, to the price, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object was sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Attention and honor from all Britain. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! So everyone, the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Stone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate B gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner, water of air, the left-hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross, of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagon in the original illustration. are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb I invoke thee.
3 minus the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
Torn is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5 I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6 in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the five,
the voice of the 6,
11 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron throne, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. See your invoke. Whose apron is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of Thou who disciplines the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Thou whose limits hideth the universe with night, the impermeable moon, the iron Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horse, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk. Thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Now whose upper is a flashing white, whiter than his forehead of the morning. Oh, thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Oh, thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile on Nile was abased before thee. Those men hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often boat and of the Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory of the atmos ether, the untrammeled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who contempt resolve the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Who bearest the rose and drops of life and light.
is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronny Non. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change, while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. The cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Stolen numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every beat. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Pull back, pull back.
Johnson is the tag. Everyone's repeating that. All the goods and all the spin. Cash goes out with our hands. Open up, let's right now. Circle the numbers, put the truth on the sky. You scream till all the time you flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals 1-3 against a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Expedition now. Brandon Johnson is the thing. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Revelation of lives is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I'm rebranded as a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Expedition now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to get the Carney dollars. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Congressman Johnson is a cop.
Hey, transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Hey, transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a... Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a... is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the... Cover the books, transparency! Clever spinning tracker now! Brandon Johnson is the tax! Brandon Johnson is the scam! Reparations for black slaves is a scam! It's a black tax! Socialists are taxologists! All taxation is theft! Affordability is a scam! Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non. To use a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's black tax socialism. Taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the be by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. When ye two divine hosts upon your pedestals, who keep watch over all and marching onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth, behold, he is in thee, and I mine is the radiance white of flooded over I travel upon high, I tread upon the firmament of dew, I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of my Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Theater, the Order of the Holy Royal Architect, the Ancient and Tennessee Rites of Freemasonry, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Sweden Organ Lab of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come. Sing the cry to make the punishment. Sing the cry. You left no kind of grave. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come round, let the giver kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. My object was the and if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what
was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, straight into the night. I mark the hidden steam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Together kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turned back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around again, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what is lost to the price, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object was sublime, I shall achieve in time.
Receive all care, attention, and honor from all Britain. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate House! Elevate House! the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 7-3, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the Order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole Order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the Order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions. Life, fears, or errors, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate V. Great figures
Figure 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Filii. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
The following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The 2 overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the 4th edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping. The lines define the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at rows have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb I invoke thee.
3 minus the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5 I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6 the voice of the fire,
The voice of the five,
the voice of the 6.
11 of the voices, strike, Lord, crowned, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the whole, the iron foe, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. See your invoke. Oh, those apron is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron throne. Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou didst raise thy head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. The universe with night, the impermeable blue, the iron thou who bearest the wand of double power. Horus, Avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, forehead of the morning, for thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. For thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile on Nile was abased before thee. Those menaced hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often boat and of the Thou who bearest the wand of double power,
is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronynon. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker, Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change, while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain from me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spills. Cash goes out with our bills. Open up the books right now. Scrolling numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a time. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out with elected. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out with elected. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Push the truth on the time. It's crazy till all the time see the flash. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals 1 3 million gets a CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Humanity is a scam. Johnson is the town. With transparency. Revelation from black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, black tax, additional taxes, and affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. And he is a scam. Johnson is the town. With transparency now. Spinning trial now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations from black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, white tax, additional taxes, justice, affordability is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is Hispanic. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson Morals want $3 billion to give to Coney Johnson. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Cover the books, transparency. Clever spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson scam. He's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U's of mafia propaganda. In the book's transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Bring ye true divine hearts upon your miracles, who keep watch over the universe. Who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilots the ship of roll and advancing onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in thee, and I is the radiance white of bloodshed over
thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary Xavier, the Order of the Holy Royal Archangel, the Rightful Mystery, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge
punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object are sublime. Shall achieve in time. Beneath the sun, now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the And if I'm wrong, but I have heard on along to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit my object all sublime, I'll keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I'll mark the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything,
to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, what I have to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social and offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70, the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases.
quantity alleged to have been brought to him by angels was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. In 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate Plate V gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand of 10 squares, which governs it, or the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. around the rim are Enochian letters. Facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner. Letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping. The lines defining the hexagon in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale.
Cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music. Draw the flaming sword crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword, the voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the 6. 11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron throne, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore Sphere of fire. The iron vote. Six on how who bears the rose and rose of life and love. The iron vote. The voice of the five. The voice of the six. 11 other voices. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk. Thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the tether of the water. Thee I invoke. Thou whose upbring is a flashing white, whiter than its forehead of the morning. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. O thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Those menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the captain, boat and of the Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory of the atmos ether, the untrammeled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 earths in one darkling sphere of fire. Thou who bearest the rose and just
Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Crony Nine. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change, while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spills. The cash goes out with locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Same names on the contracts. Every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tie. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out with locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every beat. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Pull back, pull back. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who bring it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out with locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on the tide. It's free till all the houses get flashed. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the thing. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Revelation of lies, lies, it's a scam. It's a lie. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the top. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want $3 billion to get the carny dollars. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now.
This is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax.
Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a... Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia. The book's transparency. Clever spinning tracker. Now, Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is net. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU's a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the book's transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I sit from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Holy true divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe. Who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilot the ship around advancing onwards to the heights of heaven.
Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Thing of like, what is it? It was bullshit weaponry to help them fight. Like, I'm trying to understand it. I could be missing something, but if he's giving them weaponry to fight the Russians,
with anything that you
One
said,
second.
and I
Hold on
find
one
that
second. Dude, 1 second, please. David, I just want to remind, maybe you forgot or not only Pentagon, remember the independent White House brief, what is it, the White House daily briefing, the independent committee that used to allow all the journalists, and they made sure that all the journalists and all the media outlets,
Associated Press?
the White House independent commission that would make sure that every single media outlet would have a turn. Yes, the White House Press Corps was eliminated, right? So now the White House decides what journalists that can come in.
yeah.
Yes, who can come in and who cannot come in. So to say that we still have free media and every single journalist has the right to write and everything else, that's just factually not true.
yeah. So like, and
Yeah, the game is rigged.
Yeah, David, I do not disagree with anything you said, and I very much see all democracies in the globe being in a state of flux. They're not still systems. Time and change, right? That is pretty important. Time and change to systems. I agree with everything you said. I just don't see people falling out of windows or being like killed for reporting certain things. So I think that authoritative dictators in the world have a much more stringent control of the media over their populace than other democracies. But anyone who's living in a democracy that cares about the truth nowadays has possibly at one point in their time or in their lives had the wool pulled over their eyes, and they're not a fan of it either. So like, I do not disagree with anything you said. I just don't see people just falling out of buildings.
David, do you mind if I answer that? Because I'm from Russia.
Yeah.
I am from Russia, so I'm very familiar with that. Dude, so I left, basically, I have my citizenship in Russia, but I have been living in the U.S. for over 20 years, and I'm an American citizen as well. Let me tell you, people did not start to have heart attacks or committing suicide by firing 3 bullets into their own head or somehow falling out of windows in Russia right away. You have to remember Putin has been in power since 2000, right? So at the beginning, it was very similar. First thing that Putin did was cancel comics that were making fun of him. Sounds very familiar, isn't it? Then
he went through war. Let's not forget the Second Chechen War. It literally didn't, like, comparing it to the worst of the worst and how it is right now, I think is disingenuous because that's not how it started. It started out slow. It started out by rigging the elections, quote unquote, the legal way, right? Putin literally had Medvedev go, and he was, quote unquote, the president. But then Putin legally went and changed, quote unquote, the Constitution. They pretended for a while, right, to do it the right way. And then when slowly but surely, after some time, that's like somebody said, boiling the frog, right? Very slow in a pot. Now, 20-some years later, 24 years later, yeah, now it's just wide open. We're just going to assassinate people. We're not going to even deny it, right? We're just going to kind of be sarcastic about it. Yeah, like, I fell out of the window. I don't know, had an accident. Maybe he was drunk. But it didn't get there like, it didn't happen overnight.
We do a good job of that.
Yeah, and this is happening, and what was happening with Putin in early 2000s, and I have lived through it, and I know what it's like, and my family is still there, a lot of it, is exactly what's happening here with the press, with allowing oligarchs and people that are next to you, putting oligarchs in a position of power, putting the corporations and everybody else in a position of power, buying out all the media. So yes, technically it doesn't belong to the Kremlin, but it does belong to all the businessmen that are in Putin's pocket.
Right now, I'm going to play something. I just want to play something that I assume most people have heard before we do the billionaire arguments, the Nick Hanauer stuff, just for people who haven't heard. Check it out.
It is astounding how significantly one idea can shape a society and its policies. Consider this one. If taxes on the rich go up, job creation will go down. This idea is an article of faith for Republicans and seldom challenged by Democrats, and has indeed shaped much of the economic landscape. But sometimes the ideas that we are certain are true are dead wrong. Consider that for thousands of years, humans believed that the Earth was the center of the universe. It's not, and an astronomer who still believed that it was would do some pretty terrible astronomy. Likewise, a policymaker who believes that the rich are job creators and therefore should not be taxed will do equally terrible policy. I have started or helped start dozens of companies and initially hired lots of people. But if there was no one around who could afford to buy what we had to sell, all those companies and all those jobs would have evaporated. That's why I can say with confidence that rich people don't create jobs, nor do businesses large or small. Jobs are a consequence of a circle of life-like feedback loop between customers and businesses. And only consumers can set in motion this virtuous cycle of increasing demand and hiring. In this sense, an ordinary consumer is more of a job creator than a capitalist like me. That's why when business people take credit for creating jobs, it's a little bit like squirrels taking credit for creating evolution. It's actually the other way around. Anyone who's ever run a business knows that hiring more people is a course of last resort for capitalists. It's what we do if and only if rising consumer demand requires it. And in this sense, calling ourselves job creators isn't just inaccurate, it's disingenuous. That's why our existing policies are so upside down. When the biggest tax exemptions and the lowest tax rates benefit the richest, all in the name of job creation, all that happens is that the rich get richer. Since 1980, the share of income for the top 1% of Americans has more than tripled, while our effective tax rates have gone down by 50%. If it was true that lower taxes for the rich and more wealth for the wealthy led to job creation, today we would be drowning in jobs. And yet unemployment and underemployment is at record highs. Another reason that this idea is so wrong-headed is that there can never be enough super rich people to power a great economy. Somebody like me makes hundreds or thousands of times as much as the median American, but I don't buy hundreds or thousands of times as much stuff. My family owns 3 cars, not 3,000. I buy a few pairs of pants and shirts a year like most American men. Occasionally we go out to eat with friends. I can't buy enough of anything to make up for the fact that millions of unemployed and underemployed Americans can't buy any new cars, any clothes, or enjoy any meals out. Nor can I make up for the falling consumption of the vast majority of middle-class families that are barely squeaking by, buried by spiraling costs and trapped by stagnant or declining wages. Here's an incredible fact, that if the typical American family still retained the same share of income that they did in 1970, they'd earn like $45,000 more a year. Imagine what our economy would be like if that were the case. Significant privileges have come to people like me, capitalists, for being perceived as job creators at the center of the economic universe, and the language and metaphors we use to defend the current economic and social arrangements is telling. It's a small jump from job creator to the creator. This language was not chosen by accident. And it's only honest to admit that when somebody like me calls themselves a job creator, we're not just describing how the economy works, but more particularly, we're making a claim on status and privileges that we deserve. Speaking of special privileges, the extraordinary differential between the 15% tax rate that capitalists pay on carried interest, dividends, and capital gains, and the 35% top marginal rate on work that ordinary Americans pay, it's kind of hard to justify without a touch of deification. We've had it backwards for the last 30 years. Rich people like me don't create jobs. Jobs are a consequence of an ecosystemic feedback loop between customers and businesses. And when the middle class thrives, businesses grow and hire, and owners profit. That's why taxing the rich to pay for investments that benefit all is such a fantastic deal for the middle class and the rich. So ladies and gentlemen, here's an idea worth spreading. In a capitalist economy, the true job creators are middle class consumers. And taxing the rich to make investments that make the middle class grow and thrive is the single shrewdest thing we can do for the middle class, for the poor, and for the rich. Thank you. It is astounding how significantly one idea.
He's got scores of TED Talks, interviews. I listened to this guy for 15 years. But
what's interesting to me is, and I just realized this for some reason talking about that, we have this story about how like minimum wage and how much people should make and how competitive the job market needs to be, because without an incentive for people to work really hard, they'd be lazy and awful. And somehow when it comes to billionaires, we have this argument that we can't tax them. We have to pay them a lot. They have to exist, because if they don't have billions, they would never function or do anything. So for the poor, we need to keep them down on what they have so they have some incentive to work. And for the rich, we have to give them more, because if they didn't have more, they'd have no incentive to work. And so we've created, this is the oligarchy, right? This is the whole idea. We've created this bizarro world where if you're rich enough, we have to give you more, because otherwise you won't do anything. And if you're poor, we have to keep kind of like prodding you, because you're lazy and not virtuous. You know, I just think it's a very backwards mentality. I mean, how will our economy do well? Just like that point, like, what is most innovation in the U.S.? Is most innovation in the U.S. like new medical tech or something else? You know, if you look at the number one innovation of our drug markets, it's called reformulations to extend patent life. Overwhelmingly. 95% of investment is reformulations, particularly of specialized painkillers and long-term chronic inflammation stoppers, because they're used so broadly. And it's not making a new drug, it's literally you lose your patent after a certain amount of time, and then you just reformulate and add in a new drug and you get to extend that patent. So, like, that's where I think it's just so silly. Like, even if you look at a lot of the arguments on what happens, it's demonstrating on the industry.
You're right. Time to play some pro.
Yeah. It's pro. You can smell that, J. Joe. Listen. From the jump out the trunk on some masterpiece. You and I, you decided what it has to be. You and me, room for two, share the master suite. I'm on the corner office, cat working on my masterpiece. Truthfully, you was someone I was glad to see. Super fly, Miss Stu was like a jubilee. Soon you be super busy on the movie scene. Someone looking super bad, super fly usually. This man at work on the chorus like who can it be? Business as usual, the studio with PMD. P2P, got this.
Hello? Hello?
How come you don't move into those stock rooms? Like, you're in every single, like, other room.
The moderators, I mean, they're the moderators, bro.
Is it worth getting into or not really?
No, I mean, it's fine. It's just I'm not producing content about stock analysis. So, I just not really interested in doing any kind of financial analysis work.
Or what about just, like, doing the room recordings?
Yeah, just really no value there for me.
Because nobody's usually in those spaces. Usually the political, maybe some religious. Because I think besides you, a couple people might have tried to get into this. That segment.
Yo, busy text it to somebody and then somebody gonna represent you. What up, Sean? Man, nigga, get your shit done, man.
Y'all ain't trying to hear this. It's okay. Hold on. The 2020 Doha Agreement. The withdrawal was directly triggered by the peace deal signed by Trump and the Taliban. That was 2020, man.
Right, but it wasn't executed.
Hold on, bro. Who did he invite to the White House last year? The Taliban. No, the Taliban, man.
I said the Taliban, fool.
Oh, you didn't say it, man.
What the hell you thought I said?
The wrong answer.
I don't know, man. Respectfully, black people, guys, look. We can't say it like, look. Black people play it. I'm glad that y'all niggas ain't representing the federal White House.
It's not a secret at all, man.
Yo, busy, but the thing that you fail to comprehend is that Trump started it, and then when it got to Biden fumbled the fucking play. He didn't know how to handle that play. All right, I could write up a play, and you could fuck it up in the court. Yeah, that's what happened with Biden, and Trump would have never left hundreds of millions, even billions of
worth of technology to the fucking. Come on, bro. Like that's retarded. That's the point. My whole point was that it was executed poorly. That's not how the U.S. moves. You see how the Department of War moves now? That's how they move. All right, are they perfect? Nobody perfect, but guess what? They kick your ass more than any of the later administrations that we've had in the past. So that's how it is, bro. That's a better representation of how to act.
Because that motherfucker was definitely with mask. And he, like I said before, he was definitely different. Look at his phenotypes. Phenotypes are completely different. We're definitely dealing with two Joe Bidens in his term.
And then we can't forget about Mike Johnson and the Speaker of the House. That's why I 100% agree with it, because this is his experience. This is his experience. He could not get a hold about it for nothing, especially when it came to important shit they needed to discuss immediately. And I'm not gonna get into it because you already heard me talk about this story plenty of times. And at the meeting in the Oval Office, it was supposed to be him, but it wasn't. I believe it was Obama. It was so it was a couple other people. Kerry. It made him realize, and then he even asked him like, "Why'd you sign that?" And Biden was like, "Sign what?" Like, nigga was confused. Like, so yeah, that shows you like nigga pulling them strings for sure.
Man, you said you like Mike Johnson?
Man, anybody like Mike? We indifferent about these people, respectfully. It's about
like y'all
positions.
Love, you know what I mean, Trump, but hate Biden. But yeah, we can be indifferent to that.
We can be indifferent.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because at the end of the day, man, if you're not in the stock market, you're really a bitch.
Whoa.
Yeah, nigga, you really you're really behind. Because the stock market ran up again today. All the space stocks
electricity
went up. All the electricity, nuclear stocks then shot up. All defense contractors banging on their chests. All the renewable battery, all you Biden people, y'all was supposed to be in renewables in 2021, remember? Oh yeah, that's right. It failed in 2023, and it shot right back up a year since Trump has been office. That's what I'm saying, man. Whoever don't have a call option, invest in the stocks, or it got some real estate adjacency, or maybe some cryptos, I don't know what the fuck you doing.
Yeah, just trade
just
whatever
complaining, I guess.
Trading. I got it, man. We're not talking about that right now.
All this shit comes into play, my man.
Just mirror Trump's trade.
Bro, all you want to do is talk about the Epstein files, busy. You don't even be coming with no facts. You just be making, bringing like these conspiracy theory fucking points, and I hate even what that word means, well, the way y'all use it, because y'all misuse that fucking
word. Bro, I didn't bring it up.
Yes, you fucking did, nigga.
That wasn't me.
This whole conversation stemmed from some of the shit you were talking about.
That wasn't me, bro. Somebody said Biden's in there because I was.
Yeah, that nigga spazzed.
We're gonna get to the Epstein files eventually, but that's like I don't know.
But you know, can we deal with the link up top? Any of y'all look at the link up top?
Like I don't know if they're gonna do anything about
bro, you just saying you don't know. It's okay, so you can mute up. But anybody look at the link up top, we can deal with that shit right now.
Hold on, let me click on this shit.
Yeah, we can. I'm gonna play it real.
Run it.
Many of the people who voted for my husband can't look some people in the face and tell them you have no right to be angry or to do something that maybe is against your own interests. That's human nature. Many of the people who voted for my husband twice. And I know that that's how they feel. It's like this isn't about anything other than we need something different.
Yeah, they voted for Donald Trump. Yeah.
You know?
That's a lot of people.
So you can't just pigeonhole them and say you just don't care and you're racist or whatever you're thinking. This is an act of, I don't know what else to do. I just wish we had more leaders that were figuring out how to do more for the middle class, for the working folks, because those are the folks who are drowning in this economy.
It's not me anymore, but I know those folks. And they're good people.
Bitches worth 100
and
million.
they don't have a way out. And that makes for bad decisions. Can't look some people.
Bad choices.
Sounds like a cop out. Yeah, what do you think? It sounds like a cop out to me, what?
I think you're trying to get
It
the middle
sounds
of
like
the road.
you on bullshit, running that same narrative that niggas was saying earlier, because that ain't what homie said on camera. Like, I'll say it again, because me and Melly had this conversation earlier. He did not say that the American people's finances isn't his concern. He said the American people's finances isn't his motivation behind his decision making in this war. Two completely fucking different statements. But maybe motherfuckers can't comprehend. And that's unfortunate for a motherfucker who first lady, unless she clearly is running some propaganda narrative right now.
Well, they running the play, big dog, because all this shit is a play. Like, the funniest thing about it is I ask people all the time, when did you realize that the economy was shit? 2025 or 2023? When it was actually in the shitter?
God, what? 2027? Before Obama got in office, motherfuckers realized this shit was shit.
Wait, no, 2027. You mean 07? 2007.
07, yeah.
Okay. I'm like, damn, nigga, that ain't even happening.
Let me sum it up with powers, nigga.
But that's why I asked the question on
My
when
friend.
you realized that the motherfucker was fucked up. Because the funniest thing about it is, I'm looking like,
My friend.
I look at the stock shit.
I'm about to go into Gary Baumgarten's room on Anonymous. We can do the Mystery Science Theater 3000 commentary on their communist, socialist, liberal, Democrat leanings. Hello?
Mess.
I just recreated this critical thinking forum, cloned it. Starts now. Gary Baumgarten should be coming online any moment now. We were listening to the waiting room. Did Trump keep his promises? MAGA deceived?
Johnson plant being built up in Wilson, North Carolina, sir.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
$2 billion. That's what I'm saying, bro.
$2 billion.
But all North Carolina.
And the funniest thing about it is, it's not a .com bubble because .com bubble didn't have plans being built up or infrastructure behind it. It was just really companies that just randomly came up, software companies that had overnighters. I don't see a bubble when you got really infrastructure play of utilities, substations, grid, EPC firms, liquefied natural gas, especially in Louisiana and Texas.
Some venture capitalist private equity motherfuckers.
You got Texas oil niggas making $1,200 a day.
That's a fact, Sean. Like, bro, the market and the economy is so confusing, especially with this, proclaimed bubble. Even though, a lot of economists would like to argue that there is still a bubble, it still needs to pop, But it's very interesting to see how many moving parts, like, not only still doing what they got to do, but exponential, bro. There's like so much growth going on.
Yeah, man. And like I said, the money, and I'm telling you, man, they better hope that motherfuckers 401ks don't double in the next 24 months. They better hope that there ain't no new stock option millionaires, stock option billionaires, real estate developer billionaires off industrial. They better hope that people money's still fucked up. Because once they have interest rate cuts, then tokenization with the Clarity Act, come on.
Y'all better start collecting pennies, man. Y'all know that the U.S. stopped production the pennies. I seen it in the gas station earlier today.
I'm telling you, man, the copper, anybody that's...
So that means once they out of circulation, it's over with. If you ain't got something to cut, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm telling you, copper wire, photonics is going to replace copper wire. Photonics is going to... Please look up photonic stocks. So that's the biggest niche right there that nobody's not talking about, that I noticed all these smart, super duper liberals that's supposed to be in tech. I'm a tech brother. I do cybersecurity. They ain't mentioned none about that. They're not mentioning about middleware technology or AI agents or agentic agents or robotics.
Yeah,
A lot of people think that the government and these corporations are going to use this technology to take over and implement some massive surveillance state. So you can't be mad at some people for not being so enthused. Nigga, we already in a surveillance state. I know you about to say that we already in it, but we know it can improve and it can look a lot different than it does now. Let's not act like we right now, we at the end all be all, like this is the final stage. We know it can get way more serious than this, i.e. China. We know that. It can get a lot more serious. So you can't be mad that some people aren't excited about these corporations taking over and trying to implement artificial intelligence and everything else we just mentioned into our everyday lives. Some people are not excited about that. Some people don't want that. Some people don't mind a little AI here and there, but some people are not looking forward to a complete takeover where artificial intelligence and robotics and all this shit is just running everything.
And you say, and it ain't end of all be all. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap, nigga. I'm talking about what we are right now. If it was a wrap, then you wouldn't be talking about nothing that's gonna happen. It'd be already done. But it's more
to everybody whose hand is up, time permitting. Generally speaking.
Oh, we got the fucking Anon in the room. Motherfucking Anon.
Moved to the audience. This is not punitive in nature, but just an attempt to make it possible for me to maintain.
So funny, Gary is so cheap he doesn't have premium Clubhouse.
One person is talking at any given time. I don't know about you, but I, as your moderator, get lost. In fact, I get a headache, and I'm not here, even though I have a bottle of Tylenol in front of me for such occasions. I don't want to delve into it. So that's why we ask people to speak one at a time, treat each other with decorum and respect, even when we vehemently disagree, and for that I thank you in advance. Then finally, if I or a moderator ask you a question while you're on the stage, it's not because we're trying to roll up the sleeves and start a fight. It's because we have a question. So please take it as intended. So welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We are a little over 60 seconds away from formally starting precisely at the top of the hour. So with that, I'd like to also welcome Steve, Monsef the Maestro, Pirate Barry to the room, Liebel, Liz, and Brian, Denise, Mike, the ever-present Anan, Morteza, and Barbara, welcome to the room.
Hey, Gary, it's me, Anon.
Moving in on us, ladies and gentlemen. Moving in on us. Kerr, welcome to the room. I'm actually going to read my 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraph posting that I put to Facebook and other social media about today's topic as the opening salvo. I'm telling you this in advance to give you fair warning that the opening salvo will probably be shorter than it usually is. So feel free to join Agent and
thank God, Gary. Thank God.
I will be.
Because you usually give me a headache, Gary, and I got a bottle of Tylenol here prepared for your opening monologue.
Invite people up in mass any longer. No. I don't know how your weather is, but we finally got some good weather here. 79 degrees.
Let's talk about the weather.
Degrees. I actually went out and mowed my forest because it was overgrown, and the neighbors, I'm sure, were ready to call the homeowners association on me. And I thought at 79 degrees it would be difficult, but it wasn't. It was pretty easy, nice and breezy. And folks, we're now at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We are here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time. Today's topic is, would no deal actually be better? And I don't know if we're close to a deal. Hey, Howard, welcome to the stage. I don't know if we're close to a deal. One thing I have noticed, and you probably have as well, for once the administration is really consistent on its public pronouncements. And in fact, this thing may really be at the critical stage because the president has been relatively cautious in his postings.
and he is going to hold a cabinet meeting at Camp David. This is very unusual, so that they can get into the nitty-gritty of the negotiations. And I haven't been posting a lot about all these little missives from the various news organizations about where the negotiations are now and who's saying what and what their response is, because first of all, they probably don't really know. And secondly, this is a long, slow, tedious process. And thirdly, it is longer and slower and tedious because we are told that the supreme leader, the current Ayatollah Khamenei, the son of the deceased Ayatollah Khamenei, who was said to have been severely wounded and said to have been taken to an undisclosed location for fear that he might be the next to be assassinated, has to personally approve every change or every proposed change, and that the messages are being delivered to him not electronically, they claim, but by courier. And it's a relay to protect him. So one courier takes it to another, who takes it to another, who takes it to another. I don't know how many couriers are in this blockchain before it finally reaches the Ayatollah, and then he either approves or makes changes, and then you have the return process. But one thing the administration has been very clear on lately is, this is what they've been saying: we're either going to have a deal, or if it isn't acceptable, we'll have no deal. Which seems to be kind of a weird thing to say, because obviously either you're going to have a deal or you're not going to have a deal. But my point is that they've been very consistent. Now, most people, most pundits, most people who come up to the stage here today, and I think the sentiment on the stage is indicative of the body politic in the United States right now, because people are hurting economically, so they want a deal. This is what I wrote on Facebook, X, and Substack the other day, that prompted the other day, meaning yesterday after he said it. And this is what I wrote, and then I'm going to turn it over to you for your commentary on the question. While everyone else seemingly is hoping for a deal, former National Security Advisor John Bolton is not. Bolton hopes the negotiations fail. He argues that each day of the ceasefire represents a reprieve for the regime, giving them time to reconstitute its military strength. He also believes each day makes it less likely there will be a day of reckoning over control of the Strait of Hormuz. Bolton argues the United States and Israel have done extensive damage to the Iranian regime, and that history will judge the ceasefire to be a colossal mistake. He wrote that yesterday. He said that yesterday during the top of the 6 o'clock newscast on CNN. And because I was going into work early because of Memorial Day, my shift changed slightly. As I was waiting for the 6:18 train, I wrote this and I posted it. I posted it immediately after Ann Bolton's comments at 6 o'clock. On my way home, I started my car, was go to the CNN on Sirius XM satellite radio, and I heard Kimberly Dozier, their national security correspondent, being interviewed by the host of the hour, saying that in actual fact, Bolton's comments are echoed by members of the national security community that she knows and has been interviewed. that in fact his assessment is accurate. Now, I'm not arguing in support or opposition to what Bolton is saying. I'm just saying those are the facts. This is what Bolton said yesterday, and then this is what Kimberly Dozier said about she reported on what the national security folks are telling her, that he's absolutely right about this. So I found it to be interesting, don't you, that Bolton is saying, no, America, you're wrong. A deal is horrible, and that if we continue on this trajectory, history will judge this as a colossal failure by the United States government. We basically had the Iranian regime right where they wanted them, and then let up when they should not have. And I suspect, whether it was correct or incorrect what the president has been doing, it was because of the domestic pressures. Because we're very easily pressured in a first world environment over inconveniences and the effects of those inconveniences on our daily budgets. Whereas in third world nations, they're so used to it that they kind of laugh at us. Some of them do anyway. So with that introduction, and again, the question du jour is, would no deal actually be better, as Bolton suggests? I will start with Howard, followed by Marshall, and once again, folks, don't lose faith. Those of you who are raising your hand in the audience, I will get to you. Howard.
Thanks, Gary. Hope everyone's having a great Tuesday. Yeah, Gary, honestly, I got to think a little bit more on this because there's no doubt we, as a country, the United States, with the current situation with Iran, we are in a quagmire. We're stuck in the mud, and I'm not sure that there's really a great solution either way. Apparently, it appears that there's not. So, having a deal or not having a deal, I guess by not having a deal, it's more the current status quo. But it seems like things can flare up at any time. So, great question. I wish I had some better thoughts or initial insights on it, but I'm certainly interested to hear other perspectives and gain some learnings on this sort of things.
Well, if you look at my Facebook post, you will see that Bob May, who I've referred to several times on the stage here, the former congressman from Ohio, Republican, commented. And Bob was really, and Bob, by the way, is an expert on Iran. He speaks Farsi. He's been there. He's traveled there many times. He's known the various leaders of Iran when he was in Congress. So, in fact, interestingly, I think I've mentioned that when I travel to Detroit, I go through Ohio. I'll oftentimes meet Bob for a meal, and invariably we end up at an Iranian restaurant, and he orders for us both in Farsi, and they're like blown away that this white American is speaking Farsi, so I mean, he really understands the situation. And he does not like Bolton. He did not like Bolton when he was in Congress. And his comments, and we all know that Bolton is a neocon. That is true. And his comments were, Howard, John Bolton has never found a war that he didn't like. And that actually may be true. I mean, I sure get that impression of John Bolton. But what Bolton is saying, to your point, I think, Howard, is we are in a quagmire because we let up. And what I think Bolton is arguing, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but this is my takeaway from hearing the interview yesterday, what he's basically arguing is if we had kept the pressure up, and when I say we, he means the United States and Israel, we wouldn't be in that number because they were in a horrible, horrible state. And now, as always, when there is a ceasefire involving Iran or one of its terrorist proxies, that gives them an opportunity to reconstitute. And, you know, to quote Yogi Berra, it's deja vu all over again. So I don't know as well which is the better tack to take, but just given my assessment of what Wolf was saying at face value, if you don't mind, is there some validity in your mind, Howard, to that argument?
Yeah, there's validity to it, for sure, Gary. As you've said many times, I mean, there's only so much we, the public, know in the information that we have. We obviously don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, or what are the true sticking points in negotiation, or what is being agreed to, or what other parties perhaps are also involved in ensuring that there gets to an agreement. And it may not make sense to have an agreement at this moment in time. And, you know, time will tell. But yeah, what you just outlined does make sense to me.
By the way, as an aside, and I do not want to make this the topic of the discussion, but I just want to bring it to everybody's attention in terms of what we know and what we don't know. The government is now floating the idea of making every government employee sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, so that people doing the people's work would be prohibited by law from talking to anybody about the work of the earth. I'm not kidding. You know, remember NBC used to have the promo, the more you know? Well, I guess with this administration, it's the less you know. Now, I'm not saying that applies. I'm concerned about that to negotiations. Obviously, these kinds of negotiations necessarily should be conducted behind closed doors. And obviously, decisions about deployment of military 100% ought not to be disclosed. Unless it's to their advantage to do so, but that's up to them. I don't believe in disclosing anything that puts our forces potentially in harm's way. I think we have a responsibility in not to disclose those things, even if we know. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out as an aside, because you're absolutely right. And, you know, this is a recurring theme as we try to suss things out here in the critical thinking forum. We don't really know. That's true. Thank you, Howard. But then, you know, then if we're wrong, in retrospect, we have to get on the Cheeto card, Howard. Because it's right. You know? And so I think there's some advantage to that. Thank you, Howard. Marshall followed by Alan. Marshall. Mr. Marshall. This is you know, the children's show Where in the World is Coming. Diego, is that what it was called? Where in the world is Marshall Rankin?
Oh, I'm right here. Sorry.
I
was calling there.
I know what it is. You want a big build-up, a big introduction.
A big introduction. Oh,
I know the game you're playing. Anyways.
I think it's better to have a deal than not have a deal. That way, when they break in, you can say, see, we told you they were going to do this. They're not worth their word. I think not having one just allows too much unsaid. So that's the business analysis of what I do.
Does it matter to you what that deal is when you say it's better to have a deal than not have a deal?
Yeah, it does. I mean, if it was a deal the United States would accept it, where it was like Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon and we're going to clear out the Middle East, yeah, I would prefer we not sign something because of that. So, of course, in that certain situation, a deal's not worth it. But one in which we get some of what we want, they get some of what they want, as long as, the non-negotiables on each side are kind of respected, then I suppose you would make a deal if you can. If you're running to send us something that says, get the hell out of the Middle East, and oh, by the way, we're going to make nuclear bombs, then that's obviously not something the United States will possibly agree to.
Thank you, Marshall. Alan, followed by Alyssa. Alan knows this. He's folks who don't know. He's a one-man band operating a retail store. Customers in hands to come first. I've told him this a million times. Alan, are you there? He will let us know when he is back because this is his area of expertise. Oh, good.
I agree with what you said, but also with what Marshall said, because I've walked, and this is all changed after the China visit. You know how he came back, he was like so happy, and I think he doesn't like piss off at the Chinese president and leader because he deals with him. And China does not want to like take out Iran. I think that's the thing. Because he's gone like radio silent. He's been like transparent about everything since he's been in office. And then all these retired generals that are still working for the Department of War, they're like, you cannot negotiate with these people. It's impossible. They've tried for years. And these are old generals who have been in battle with them. They said it's not possible. Recently I watched a retired race admiral, former Navy SEAL, say like Trump's his strategy is forcing.
You've been kicked out of that room, Hermes? You've been banned, huh? Hope you don't get deported from Mexico, he said.
And not negotiation. He's forcing that, not negotiation. And it's not a strategy. I don't think there's a strategy because of his not being open about it with us. And I think China has something to do with this and his visit there. And I know he does care about people, innocent people, and doesn't want to take out anybody that's not radical, and there's a lot there. But he says they can locate anybody anywhere. So why don't they take out Mr. Disfigured Junior Ayatollah man?
Thank you for that, Alyssa. Now, New York is so important, a community that we name it twice. And it's sort of like the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Boutros Ghali, or Sirhan. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have Alan on the stage, and I have no idea which Alan is going to speak, but I think one of you is a ghost, Alan.
No, both of them. I confused you, I confused everybody, and top of it, I confused myself. Hello, everyone. If you remember, Gary, I don't want to sidetrack everything. There was a lady in our previous program. Her name was Liz. She's in your neighbor, I think. Both of you from New Jersey.
I know Liz very well. Actually, she popped up when we were doing our little experiment.
Yes, finally I made her
on Facebook. Right.
But she's on the club deck, and she doesn't have nothing. I tried club deck. I couldn't. I didn't know the name is stated, so automatically both names came here. But anyway, I say no deal better than any deals. The deal was supposed to get rid of these mullahs, the killers machine, these murders. They supposed to get rid of them. I'm speaking of at least behalf of 80 million Iranians, which they are extremely disappointed, heartbroken. They are still screaming, say, we're not worried about the bombing, we're not worried about the Tomahawk bombing, we are worried about if this regime stay. And I don't know when the world is going to get it, but I'm sorry. The whole thing is tangled based on the money. Who makes this, who makes that, who makes money. And all the background, as far as most Iranian they know, they are trying to see who can take over Iran, regardless of what the situation is, who can take over and how much these outsiders can milk Iran for another 47 years, 43 years. And Iranian, they said enough is enough. Let us to be judge of ourselves. Let us to be control our destiny. Let us to go back to where we were and start from there and rebuild everything. Gary, you cannot deny this. Any situation, it's going to be 3-4 generations until Iran come back to 47 years ago. Not by today. It's not going to happen. It's not going to jump to today's situation. It's going to be 40, probably 3 generations. If you guys, I had 2 calls today. 500,000 toman. When I left Iran, $1 was equal to 7 toman. Today, $1 is almost 198,000 toman. They paid 500,000 for a 1 gig internet. This is how they start making the money, because all the sanction, it breaks the back of this regime. And it's still the propaganda machine which they have. Lots of them outside in the world, they are saying this, they that, this, that, don't do this, don't do that. People are dying for it. They got paid for many years for a day like this. No deal. Get rid of this regime, or for another 47 years, the world, especially the Middle East, gonna pay a big price for it. I don't know in what language, and this is what it wasn't on my talk. It was the conversation I had with one of my old friends she lives very close to the place got hit yesterday. Last night they hit Bandar Abbas pretty good. They destroyed few ships. It was a successful attack, and she lives about 4 miles, 5 miles from the place. But she said nothing happened to us. Nothing. Nobody had any damage on the civilian, and only the ships got hit. The airport over there got hit, which was a success anyway. And then there was another friend in Tehran, and he's been in a bad situation for almost 6-7 months. They raided his home. They beat him. They hit him so bad. They kicked his balls so bad, and he is almost crippled. And now they says because of you didn't join the pray on the lunch pray, because he's a teacher at the school. So they cut his salary. They put him on the leave of absence, and he doesn't know what the hell he wants to do. Every once in a while he get on the internet, because only email people can communicate with the email. But that expensive things I told you, for 1 gig or 2 gig, you have to pay almost 500,000 to 1 million toman to just say to people, hey, I'm fine, we are fine, we are not hurt, and give a peace of mind to the family. Right?
The contrast, Alan, it just shows that perspectives are so different. And I'm not being critical of the perspectives of people. I'm just saying the perspectives are so different.
The president is under immense pressure right now to wrap this up because of the economic pain it's causing in the United States. And he's getting that from both the Democrats who are beating up on him and the Republicans who are concerned about how it might affect the midterm elections. So he's in this squeeze and he's got all of this pressure on him. And on the other hand, what I just heard you say, Alan, is that people welcome the bombs that puts them in harm's way in Iran just to get rid of this evil regime. So we're crying about $5 a gallon at the pump or whatever we're paying, depending on where you are in the country. And they're complaining about a regime that's killing them to the point where they would accept the possibility that they might be martyred by an American or Israeli bomb designed to get rid of this regime. It's just mind-boggling, the contrast that you just presented to us.
Exactly. And I'm glad you understand to the T. You nailed the situation so good. I don't think so I'll be able to explain like that in 100 years. As you said, it's a two perspective. One, it's hanging up by the thread for their life. They are ready to die because they said, enough is enough. We have two choices, either die or get rid of this regime. But over here, and you think that the regime of Iran, they don't know? They have people, ears all over this country. They are reporting every second to them. And they're taking advantage of this situation. And that's the whole thing is, they said, I remember I was in the college, and when this regime came, people of Iran says, oh, don't worry, they leaving. Finally, they come up and they says, we didn't come in here as a guest. We are leaving. And they knew, and they know in system here is every 4 years. The next guy comes, the whole situation changed. We saw that. I don't need to explain to you guys. And my position, I understand both sides. I'm living in the same situation you guys live, and I'm hearing this stuff is over there. And to be honest with you, I'm getting torn apart. It looks like a two element grabbing me and it's splitting me from half.
Well, you pay me a lot of money to be your spokesman, so that's why I
every dime of it worth. It worth every penny.
Thank you. I'm available, folks, if you need me to speak on your behalf. There you go. There's a testimonial from Alan. Andrew, followed by Les.
Good afternoon, Gary. I hope you had a good long weekend.
It was okay. The weather sucked, but it's beautiful now. And you know what? I said before we started that I was out mowing the lawn. Mm-hmm. I actually enjoyed it because I was out in the sun for a little bit, It's nice. I almost took the show outside. I might still do it before we're done. I might just walk outside and do the rest of the show outside. It's so double.
Do it from your balcony if you have one. Yeah. I wouldn't want to be a naysayer. I've been one, and that's a little pun there. Or what was his name? Bob Ney? Did you say? Is that the gentleman you were speaking of?
Well, anyway, I'm sorry. The naysayer on who?
Is Bob Ney? Is that the guy that you were just?
Yeah, Bob Ney, former Congressman.
I don't want to be a naysayer.
Oh, I get it. Bada boom, bada bing.
Yeah.
Good one.
But I would say this. I think one of the cards that Iran has always had is that they understand that the United States population would not support ground troops in Iran. And that being the case, I don't know how long they could hold out with a full blockade. Eventually you're going to run out of military targets in terms of bombing. Then what do you bomb? Then you start looking at civilian infrastructure, and that has a whole connotation in terms of war crimes, etc. So I think that's something that they've realized that the only way that this could be successful for no terms, or terms that would be unconditional, would be for the United States to actually put boots on the ground. So I don't think there's a choice right now, and I don't know what kind of. I mean, we've seen support coming in from Russia through the Caspian Sea, and I don't know what kind of ground routes are available on the west side or east side of Iran into Iran that would subvert any kind of sea blockade. But because I just don't know enough about that kind of stuff. However, I think the United States has to make a deal. It's not going to be the deal that they did have formerly, that Mr. Trump tore up. It's going to be more in Iran's favor. But short of going in with actual troops, I don't see how you could have no deal. You can't stay there forever in that Gulf, bobbing around in the sea. It costs too much. The United States population don't support this thing already. So I think Mr. Trump has found himself in a difficult position, one of his own making. I don't believe that they had an imminent threat to build and launch a nuclear weapon at this particular point in time. Whether or not that was a year down the road or how long, I don't know. But maybe that his insistence on doing it now, I think, was a mistake. But we shall see. But yeah, I think that's really the card that Iran is holding on to. Short of going in there and uprooting this regime, I don't know how you can get rid of it from the air or from a simple blockade. It's just, there's too much pain. And I understand the dichotomy between the pain that, quote unquote, the West is suffering in regards to prices of oil and fertilizer, etc., and the pain that the population of Iran is suffering with the existence of this regime for the last 47 years. It's heartbreaking, but I don't know how you could get the population here in the West on side to actually put people on the ground to uproot this regime. Maybe if they had done this before Iraq, that might have been a thing. But after 20 years of Iraq and Afghanistan, and of course I know what the political situation was with 9/11, etc., Iraq was definitely a big mistake. It was a divergence from what they should have been doing, which was Afghanistan in the first place. But maybe had they gone into Iran rather than Iraq, that might have been something that people would have supported in Iran, it's obvious, not like in Iraq and Afghanistan, perhaps. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Gary, thanks very much.
So with regard to your last point, I was on the record at the time, and Alan was there, he can attest to it, because my veracity has been challenged a little bit recently. And that is, I said at the time, I asked an expert from the Council on Foreign Relations, who I was interviewing on this show in its previous iteration on a different platform. I said, isn't this a miscalculation to take out Saddam? Because Saddam was a counterbalance to the Iranian regime. And he told me, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Turns out I was right. I may not have been an expert, but in this instance, maybe like a broken clock, just coincidentally, I was right and he was wrong, even though he was the expert. I think that's a very valid point. I wanted to ask you, let's just say for the sake of discussion, Andrew, your assessment is correct that we were not facing an imminent weaponization of the nuclear program. And you said, well, maybe 2 years. Let's say 4. Let's say 5. It doesn't really matter. If we were to project to 5 years down where they got to the point where they really were a threat, what would be different in terms of the engagement then than we see today? Wouldn't we be faced with the same set of circumstances, an expansive mountainous region that Americans do not want to go boots on the ground. So what's the difference?
Well, I don't know, Gary, but I would say this, that the way that this particular operation was constructed, there was no validation of it to the American people or to the world. It's just on the word of the president at the time that they were an imminent threat. Even his own security people, the national security lady that resigned or was fired or whatever, I can't remember her name off the top of my head. She even indicated that, or maybe it was a gentleman, I can't remember, indicated that there was no imminent threat. So I think that right away turned people away from this being a valid exercise. I use those, words. But had they come with evidence, real evidence, that they were imminently prepared to build and launch a nuclear weapon. Launch, I think, is the key word. Then I think you would have had more support behind it. If that becomes the case down the road, I think there might be more support to actually put boots on the ground. Yes, there would be a lot of bloodshed and it would be hard, but I think the difference is that there's a whole population there, a large population there, that would rise up with those boots on the ground in support of the American troops or the international troops or whatever might go in. At this point in time, the American people are not for it, and I don't know how you can reverse that. And I think it's because they weren't transparent about it. I think, and they had so many different reasons. First it was that, then it was another thing, then it was another thing, regime change, all these things came out, but it just didn't seem very well orchestrated to prove the reasoning to go to this extent. So that's my thought. I don't know.
Well, we know that this President Andrew is not particularly diplomatic, and that he pissed off, and he continues to piss off, by the way. I have a story that I posted to the main chat today also about withdrawing our commitment, military commitment to NATO. It's an important read, in my opinion. So he was not as successful, I don't even know that he tried, as was George W. Bush in putting together a coalition of the willing, as he called it, because he couldn't. He just didn't have the relationship. He sullied the U.S. relationship with those entities. People came to the stage here to argue this is a good thing because we're wasting our money and they're not anting up as they're supposed to. And enough is enough in the United States. They can't suck off the tit of the United States any longer. All this kind of nonsense or argumentation. I apologize. But regardless, the manner in which it occurred did in fact make it virtually impossible to put together a coalition, even if they had tried. And had there been worldwide support, I don't know whether there could be but if there was worldwide support, it might be a different situation today. I think that's a valid point. I just want to slightly correct what you said. You were referring to Tulsi Gabbard, and she did not, Andrew, explicitly say there was no imminent threat, but as the Director of National Intelligence, she declined to publicly confirm when pressed the White House assessments of the Iranian near possession of nuclear weapons. So, I don't know. That may be a minor.
There was a guy there too that resigned not too long ago, maybe a month or so ago. I can't remember his name, but he was a quote unquote MAGA in the administration. I don't remember what his role was. Maybe somebody else does. But he came out and actually disputed that assessment.
Yeah, I don't know who Jim you're referring to, so I can't, confirm or deny that. I'll take you at your word. Thank you, Andrew. We'll go to Les, followed by our mates.
First of all, the MAGA people, to a great extent, they were for him because he was the guy who was going to get us out of Afghanistan and keep us out of foreign wars. So it's not. So their assessment, the people you're talking about, their assessment of Iran involvement was isolationist anyway. And if they get a bomb in a year, or that is we have to cut that off now. It's sort of like you can't just let things fester. We tried that with North Korea, and they played us with time, and that's exactly what Iran is doing. I don't know, I'm not a military guy, and I don't have any background there, and I don't have any secret information about what our military stockpiles were. And it made sense we needed to catch our breath and get more, anti-missile missiles and that sort of thing. But I wouldn't trust Iran to keep their word, and certainly we have to keep the end in mind, and we can't have them have nuclear weapons. And we have to have a free, freedom in the Strait of Hormuz, because so much oil goes through there, and it's a balance between quote unquote starvation and things going smoothly. But that's an interesting argument that Gary, you presented to us that I hadn't thought of, which is we're fighting a war, and maybe we don't need we certainly don't want to sign an agreement that's going to screw us up. This idea, by the way, that they can't get to the guy to sign to okay on the Iran side, the Ayatollah, he has to agree to every dot and tittle that's in this thing. That's an old negotiating tactic, isn't it? You've probably heard of that used many times, at least for the last few hundred years. You say, well, okay, I'll now that I know exactly what your bottom line is, now I can't say yes or no, but I'll take it to the guy that can. And if you don't have someone that can agree, that's a good way to get screwed in a negotiation. I didn't read that in Art of a Deal, but it certainly is something that has been again used for hundreds of years as leverage in a negotiation. Thank you.
So, Les, if that assessment is accurate, then the words of John Bolton start to echo in my head a little bit, because his argument is that they keep resisting a conclusion of the war to give them an opportunity to arm themselves. I don't know, maybe that's part of the deal, that they claim that it's difficult to get the Ayatollah Khamenei to sign off on the latest comma or semicolon in the document in order to just obfuscate and cause the kind of delays that Bolton is speaking of. I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm just wondering, based on what you just said, would you believe so?
The bottom line is they're doing what North Korea did. They are playing for time.
Yeah, and there are many ways of doing it. I mean, didn't the North Vietnamese argue over the shape of the negotiating table in order to buy for time. You're right. There are tactics such as that. And so when we see those tactics in play, I think it's prudent to maybe try to analyze why they are in play. And that was my suggestion anyway. Thank you, Les. Armaze followed by Agent.
Thank you. Good afternoon or evening, everyone, or good morning, depending where you're at. Yeah, I think no deal would actually be better because if we just set the effect, the mindset that we're not going to get anything out of this, we're not going to be surprised, right? And we should also think that there's nothing that they could tell us that we should believe. I mean, exactly what we do, they're going to do, right? We're not going to tell the enemy or whatever, what we're going to do. So, yeah, absolutely. No deal is better. At least we're in control that way. Thank you, Gary.
Well, I don't know who's in control. And I don't know that if there is a deal, it's a sellout. I don't think it would be fair to jump to that conclusion. I think we have to wait to see if there is a deal, what it involves. There are some people that think that the JCPOA was terrific. The president himself said the other day, the former President Obama said himself the other day that I was able to stop their nuclear proliferation in Iran and didn't have to fire one bullet. That's what he said. On the other hand, there are a lot of people, many of whom come to this stage, who have said the JCPOA was a horrible deal, was a sellout. It allowed them to reconstitute subterfugely, and et cetera, et cetera. I don't know, and you don't know, obviously, neither of us do, that if there is a deal reached, whether it in the aggregate could be assessed as positive or negative, and I'm certain that if a deal is reached, just like with the JCPOA, there are going to be those coming to the stage saying, this deal is great, the president is a winner, out of the deal, and some will say, he has no idea what he's doing, he sent amateurs in there, and look what we got. Nobody's going to be totally satisfied with whatever deal comes out. A lot of people will be very dissatisfied, maybe rightly or wrongly, and maybe their motivations are valid, or maybe their motivations are just that they don't like Donald Trump. I don't know. But I think to suggest today that whatever deal that they might reach would not be a good one is a little naive, because we have no idea. What we do know about what they're telling us, and you're right, we don't know what to believe when they say these things, but the administration is absolutely consistent on this line. No dust, no deal. And what they mean by the dust is the enriched plutonium. The dust. No dust, no deal. Now, to their credit, they're not specific on what that means. It could mean that Iran, under the watchful eyes of whoever, maybe the IAEA, maybe the United States, I don't know, maybe a third party, disposes of the enriched plutonium and is verified. Maybe it means the United States or Israel procuring the enriched plutonium. Did I mispronounce plutonium a minute ago? The enriched plutonium. Maybe it involves Russia or China, as they have offered, or another third party procuring the enriched plutonium. Interestingly, and I don't know whether there's a relationship with what we are discussing this or not, the administration came up with what is on the surface a brilliant proposal, and that is to repurpose plutonium in nuclear warheads for the building of nuclear energy plants. Now, I don't know the physics of all that, but I thought that at least on the surface, sounded pretty brilliant. Anyway, Armaze, if you want to respond to my pushback a little bit on you here, that'd be.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, I agree with you. It's just I am so done with us being at war there that it's like, let's just take no deal. We'll set the terms, and then we'll be happy.
Well, I think the presupposition, at least of Bolton's comments, is no deal so that we can go back to war. So, but you just said you're sick and tired of war, so I'm not sure you're assessing the question the same way as it was intended when I proposed it, and that may have been a failing on my part. I don't understand how no deal means no war, as you have suggested.
Well, I guess what I was saying is, let's pull out, right? Let's take no deal, and let's take on another strategy.
What would that strategy be?
What? We could do sanctions.
Okay, we already did those and they didn't work. What else?
Oh, we could do other types of sanctions.
Okay, we already did those and they didn't work. What else?
Then the third set of sanctions.
Okay, we already did those and they don't work. What else?
Okay, then the 10th set of sanctions.
Well, you're missing the point, which is your suggestion that we should move on to another tactic is a tactic we've tried and doesn't work. I don't understand why you would make a suggestion to solve a problem with a tactic that doesn't actually solve the problem. And you know it doesn't solve the problem, so I don't understand why you're recommending it.
But war is not going to solve the problem either.
Well,
okay.
Let's look at this for a second, Armaze, because you're a pacifist, and I respect that. You are consistently on the stage arguing against wars. That's great. I'm with you. I don't want wars either. But let me ask you the question. If we say hands off and they develop nuclear weapons and they turn those nuclear weapons against, say, Tel Aviv or Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which is not outside the realm of possibility, would you have affected, if you were in charge, your philosophy of you don't want any more wars? Would that have been a positive way of getting to no wars when it actually resulted in nuclear warfare, potentially?
I didn't really understand the question here.
Okay. Let me try to rephrase it, and I'm going to move on. The question is, you don't... correct me if I'm wrong in my assumptions, because I'm speaking on your behalf. You have consistently said on the stage, you're basically a pacifist, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, fine. So I didn't misstate that. And you say no wars. Let's just pull up stakes and leave and try to contain them by other means, as means that are as yet to be articulated. Correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So this is going to be a what if. What if President Armaze gives the order for us to withdraw? No mas on the wars. And everybody, you get the Nobel Peace Prize for it because you ended the wars. And then, as a result of that, Iran reconstitutes its nuclear weapons program and then fires the bomb at Tel Aviv and or Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Would you have considered your decision in retrospect then to withdraw the troops a good one or a bad one?
In that scenario, that would have been bad, right? But here's, to give you a little bit of pushback, it's like, it's not if, it's when, right? And that's what I really want to push out there, that I think we need to contain them however we can, not using war, using some other means. If we need to control them to the point where they don't have nuclear arms, then so be it. Then that's what we do.
Their problem is there is no other means. We tried all the peaceful steps, and they don't work. So what are you left with after you've tried everything peaceful?
Okay. Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm still against war. It just
I'm not saying you have to be for war. I wasn't asking that. I was asking all the things that are peaceful that you could do to try to move them. We've done. They don't work. What does that mean that you have left?
I think we need to explore to see what we can create.
Not what I asked you. Once you take violence and nonviolence that are on the same table, and you try all the nonviolent things, and they don't work, what are you left with?
I agree with what you're saying, but I know for a fact we have not tried everything there is to try.
Okay, what have we not tried? If you were so well versed in Iranian American policy and our ability to persuade Iran to not get nuclear weapons, what is the stuff we've tried? What is the stuff we haven't tried?
I'll give you an example. We won't let the Iranian team, the football team, stay in the U.S. So Claudia, Mexico, told him, "Yeah, you can come stay with us here in."
Well, that's not exactly a proper recitation of what happened. What happened was they decided they did not want to reside their team in the United States. And for whatever reason, it had to do, I believe, with display of a flag or something like that. I understand their position. And they decided to decamp before they actually camped the United States. And they made the unilateral decision to move their headquarters to Mexico. And the president of Mexico then said they are welcome there. That's not quite the way you presented it. I just want to make sure that we are factual in the way we present it. So there's a nuance different, and I think this nuance different is very significant from the way you just presented. But how does that stop them from developing a nuclear weapon? Okay, no answer. I'm going to...
Gary, can I say something?
Of course. Of course.
But I sent you, I could say some video from a news media outlet from Mexico, from TikTok, and it clearly shows Claudia saying, you can look at it. It clearly says the United States would not let the Iranian team stay there.
Okay, but she said they were welcome after they made the decision to move to Mexico. So again, the question I have, and then we'll go back to Alan for a second, is what does that have to do where the Iranian team stages? I mean, it's a 3-country event, the World Cup. Yes. So the 3 countries are hosting it. So they could have decided to go to Canada. It doesn't really matter. What does that have to do with our discussion today? That kind of allusion.
It's the Iranian team, right? And the U.S. We should keep, we have told many people, keep politics out of sports. I mean, we told LeBron James.
That's a good argument to be made if that's what we're discussing. But the discussion is far higher level than the question of whether the United States diplomatically created a misstep with regard to the World Cup games, which is, if you're correct in your assessment, is absolutely open to criticism. You say that in the context of the question that Marshall asked you, what can be done to prevent Iran, short of war, from obtaining nuclear weapons, and you talk about the World Cup?
Well, I will say this, right? I'm not a politician, so I'm not versed to that level in politics. So I'm only using common sense, and my common sense as a carpenter tells me there's other things we should be able to do other than war.
Okay, I'm going to give you an assignment, as I have in the past. Your assignment this time, Hermes, is if you can come up with an alternative I am relatively confident. I'm not saying that I have a direct line to the Oval Office, but I'm relatively confident that I know how to get a legitimate proposal to the attention of the executive branch. I do. I could. If you came up with something that really gets us out of this question of war or no war, to stop a war, which is basically what we're discussing, because you're just talking concepts here. When Marshall tries to pin you, you can't, and that's fine. But if you can come up with something, I will, if it's a legitimate, doable solution, I will get it into the hands of somebody in the executive branch. Is that a deal?
That's a deal. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. Alan?
Yes, sir. I'm amazed everybody's saying. I agree with Hermes, what he says. No deal, but find the solution. But nobody's suggesting this. I think the only things can give 100% result is supporting Iranian. Don't tell me this sophisticated world with all this equipment, everything is possible in their hand. They cannot support the 80 million people which they against the regime. Come on, we saw this in the past in many countries. They had lot less supporter and they were success. But this is how it is. Only way, support Iranian by any way you can. And I think ultimately is weaponize them and they take care of everything. It makes their life so easy for each individual of you. And then it's going to happen. But nobody is paying attention to that. I don't know what is in there because that's what Iranian is asking. They said, we don't want you to do anything. All we need your support. That's it. And don't tell me this sanction it can be. If we cannot stop China to milk Iran, if we cannot stop Russia, then don't worry about it. Don't forget about it. Why? This thing didn't start as a war. It started as a precise hit. Israel hit the top element, annihilate them to the highest extent. And then Mr. Trump came out of sudden, says, you guys go and we are back you up. And then send all this ship, all this equipment over there. They're sitting in every American, they claim, $14 billion a day it's cost. This is not. Just put them, plan together, help and as you said, I think you said something about what Obama said. He was the cause. It's nuclear advancement. Who built Natanz? Natanz built after all this deal Mr. Obama had with Iran. Who is going to go? I don't know how many. Do you have any restaurant owners in here? Is the health department? It's going to give you 2 weeks advance. They can't come and check your restaurant, or they're just going to walk in. They're just going to walk in. Obama made a deal 3 weeks advance. We give you a notice. We're going to come check you. These people are all guilty of lies. Back to you, Gary. I don't know. Help Iranian. Find a way to help Iranian. Don't tell me this advanced world, they cannot come up with the solution. They can help 80 million people get rid of them murdered, them jailed, put them raping. Jesus Christ.
Well, you probably came closer to the real solution to all this than anybody has on the stage, but I don't really want to discuss it right now. But there probably is something going on if I channel Tom Clancy. I can see what may be going on behind the scenes. So I could be wrong, but I think you came very, very close to revealing the scenario of the fictional account of this, and I'm hard at work at, Alan. Agent followed by William.
Hi. Well, I'm curious for you to say more. Like, do you think there'll just be more replacement of the leadership in Iran so the actual deal can go through?
Oh, you picked up on it, didn't you? So the reality is the Israelis showed with Hezbollah. They showed with Hamas. And now they're showing with Hezbollah. And they showed during a period of time with Iran that the tactic of playing wackadoodle, which I don't mean to make light of it, it's people's lives. And people will argue that it's, against international law. I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, and I'm not saying I propose it, but I'm talking about what I suggest is probably the scenario, is exactly that. You keep, nobody wants to be the next one to get promoted because they know that they're going to get you. Why do you think they're doing this relay system to get information to the Ayatollah? They're scared to death that the Israelis are going to find out where he is. It would not be beyond the realm of possibility that the Israelis already know. For God's sakes, when that war, that short war occurred in August, the attacks did not all come from Israel. The attacks came from Israelis who had been in country for years. We're talking about a country that's fighting for its own existence, and they're going to do what they need to do to stay alive. And are the U.S. and Israeli policies in alignment? Sometimes, but sometimes they're cross-purposed. The president is worried about the midterms. The prime minister is worried about whether there's going to be a mushroom-shaped cloud hanging over Israel. Totally different perspectives. If you, or not you, but if one were to think that the Israeli approach to this should be expected to be the same as the U.S. approach, notwithstanding the tremendous support the United States gives Israel militarily, and notwithstanding the ability the United States has to tell Israel you can do this or you can't do that, you lose some of your sovereignty when you accept the money. This is exactly why Netanyahu said a few weeks ago that we want to work to the point where we no longer need the largesse of the United States, so that Israel can do what's in Israel's best interest, and the United States can do what's in the United States' best interest. And more times than not, there'll be an alignment there, but not always, especially when it comes to tactics. Not always. And the Israelis are really good at finding where these folks are. And I'm not going to say that I have any inside information, but I will say I am far from not believing the Israelis know where the Ayatollah Khamenei is right now, that they can reach out and touch any time that they want. And what's been constraining them is Trump. And I'm not criticizing Trump. He's doing what he thinks is best for him in the United States. But Netanyahu, and by the way, for everybody who's got their crosshairs, not physical crosshairs, political crosshairs, pointed at Netanyahu, if you think that there would be a substantial change in Israeli body politic with regard to protecting the homeland If Netanyahu, the evil Netanyahu, was removed from office and somebody less aggressive becomes prime minister, I got a bridge to Brooklyn I'm happy to sell you.
Yeah. Gary, what you say makes sense. I think there's basically two countries against Iran right now, and then there's a lot of sort of the regional countries. I think mostly just want stability, but also they're certainly wary of Iran. They don't want, they're all somewhat at odds, Saudi especially. Saudi said if Iran got a bomb, they would go for a bomb. It basically will cause an absolute shit show if Iran gets a bomb. You can argue it's already caused a shit show that Israel has the bomb. And I heard a description or analysis the other day that even what we've seen, I think, could go back to last summer before Trump dropping the bombs last summer was in part he was given a choice. He was given a kind of an ultimatum or a bit of a choice of saying, look, we, Israel, I'm sure it came from Netanyahu or his close associates, we are going, we cannot have Iran getting a bomb because they will nuke us one way or another. That we believe this is the case. It's almost an absolute or too high a risk. And the only tool we have to prevent it is to nuke them. And we will, if it's close enough or as soon as they have it, we will use the only tool we have to stop them from getting the bomb. Come hell or high water, because we're almost screwed anyway. Even Pakistan is apparently, I need confirmation on this, but in this analysis, Pakistan's already pledged that if Israel nukes Iran, then Pakistan will nuke Israel. That was new information to me. So
pact between Iran and Pakistan.
Right. That seems like a big problem, and to me, I'd like to understand that more and why the U.S., for instance, is willing to tolerate that. But yeah, essentially, that would not be good, right? So it just becomes this cascading, World War I became this cascade of alliances that then kicked off this crazy war. And it seems like that is what we were looking at with Iran going for the bomb. They are an insane regime. I think to Alan, Alan talked about the Iranian people. I have many dear friends who are Persian, and I am very sympathetic. I want all the good things for the Iranian people. They had a chance, even the last few years, they've been given many chances. Even the revolution they had, the Shah was at least our boy there, right? He got overthrown, my understanding, by both the far left and the far right at the time, but the far right dominated and probably crushed the far left after that. And now you have IRGC, and that's been bad. These people look at all the terror they sponsored in the region, and they just want to they see themselves as, we are the Persian Empire, we are, and we should have the nukes and we should dominate. And Israel's a problem. Israel's the little Satan. U.S. is the big Satan that supports them, and it's their mission to destroy them. If they could just be reasonable, we could all live in peace. They could just be, they're great people. They could be flourishing, just doing business. They renegotiated when they got rid of the Shah. They're hey, we want more of our oil sales. That would be fine. But where we are now, look, I think we have two competing interests though now. The U.S. is in a marriage with Israel. They're willing to, they're not going to let Israel get nuked, or they're not going to let Israel start a world war by nuking Iran. So they're okay, I guess if we just drop a few bombs or we participate in some fraction of our military budget for this, we haven't put troops on the ground. So it's can we kind of cheaply and efficiently get this job done? It's been harder, we killed the top guys. We did wipe out a lot of their military, but it's still, they're very robust in how they are organized. So I think the long term, though, is the U.S. is going to it's not going to go so well. The U.S. is eventually going to withdraw one way or another and maybe claim a fake victory. And then Israel will be left to continue. And yeah, using the means that you're suggesting, using direct bombing, like they're just going to have to be more aggressive. But their goal, it's two competing goals, because the U.S. just wants stability and peace at some level, and Israel wants to really crush. They're not willing to just like, oh yeah, you handed over the nuclear stuff and it's done. I think at this point they want to keep Iran a rump state. They don't care if it looks like God. Like, it's almost like that's the end state, I think, of anyone who opposes Israel at some level, is you're going to become Gaza. And
well, hold on
a second here. It's not opposing Israel at some level. It is using your terrorist network to kill Jewish people in Israel. And if you're going to do that, then you're going to get the wrath of God to come down upon you. That's the Israeli perspective.
No, I understand.
They're not threatening people who oppose them in some manner. They're not, all this propaganda out there, and I'm not saying that you are a proponent of the propaganda, but all this propaganda about Israel expansionism and all this kind of stuff. I understand that there's a dispute, in particular, over the West Bank and how that is being managed. And I think that is a legitimate discussion to have. But they're not taking over Egypt. They're not taking over Jordan. They're not taking over Saudi Arabia. No, in fact, they are reaching out to their Arab neighbors, and they're trying to get them, with the help of the president, the way he's doing it is horrible. It should be a public pronouncement, to get them to join the Abraham Accords, because the leaders of these nations recognize, as you point out, that if we all get along and we're involved in trade with one another, everybody benefits. But if you are going to have your proxies in Gaza come over on October the 7th and commit an atrocity that on a per capita basis was far greater than 9/11, and one in which people were being, well, we know what happened to all the people. I don't have to repeat all the horrible things that happened to the victims, who were gathered, many of them, at a peace concert, for God's sake. So, no, I think you have to be a little more cautious, if you don't mind, in your articulation, because that's not a fair representation of the Israeli policy.
One more thing.
Yeah, and you also implied that Israel's been public that they would use a nuclear weapon on Iran. Where's that?
No, I don't know about, not public.
But you said that. You said that Israel would use a nuclear weapon on Iran.
Yeah, I think they would, preemptively, in order to prevent Iran getting the nuke.
See, that's probably, there's no way rationally anyone would think that could ever happen.
Well, I don't know about rationally, but I think it is a rationality if you think that.
Now,
you do the calculation.
This is where this is not a reasonable argument. It's not a reasonable argument.
Well, and also agent says, Pakistan says, if Israel bomb Iran, they're gonna bomb Israel. How come Pakistan didn't come and say, I make sure of Iran doesn't get hands on the nuclear weapon? How come he didn't say that? They can be negotiated.
I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. Yeah, I think it's horrible that Pakistan got the nuke, and that India got the nuke, and that North Korea got the nuke, and that Russia got the nuke, and that China got the nuke. I don't think anyone should have had it. If anyone, it should have just been the US. The US actively prevented anyone else from even trying. That should be it.
For the record, no evidence that would happen. A country of 9 million people.
Context there. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I put the context that this is one of the analyses that I heard, and I am repeating it. I'm not.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
One
well,
of the
the internet,
analyses
there's a lot of
that you
things
have
you can
heard.
repeat.
One of the analyses that you've heard. You mean the blood libel bullshit that's going on?
Yeah, Gary, this guy's a clown. Why are we even giving him airtime? Seriously, why are we giving this guy airtime? He's a clown, he's a troll, and he's taking us off topic.
You're a little sensitive here. Look, I'm very sympathetic to the pro-Israel position. I'm extremely.
Doesn't sound it.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Okay,
It's interesting because the person who told me this claims to be Israeli, but anyway.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend anyone. I know people do get very sensitive.
So there's your analysis there. Your analysis comes from somebody who claims to be Israeli, saying that Israel would lose the nuclear weapon. I can tell you for sure that the Israelis have no desire to put radioactive dumps over the Middle East.
They don't want it. It's just existential, defensive move.
Okay. Thank you.
And Gary, also, this agent, this gentleman claimed he knows a lot of Persian friends. And all of them, they are saying this. I was wondering if he ever asked them, no Persian, I promise you my life on this. No Persian is going to say, this regime are Iranian.
Gary, that was
this
a bunch.
regime, they are not Iranian.
That was a bunch of propaganda trope that we unfortunately just had to put 5 minutes to just now.
Okay, but I think he exposed himself. Thank you for that. I think Agent will go to William, followed by David.
Hey, the purpose, as I understand it, of having nuclear weapons is as a deterrent. As far as I know, and I could be wrong, Israel has never formally even announced that it has a nuclear weapon. People assume that Israel has a nuclear weapon, but my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that they never announced that they have a nuclear weapon.
Maybe that plant is really not a nuclear plant, but they're just claiming it's nuclear. And
No. That's not what I'm saying. No, you're going off on a tangent that
I'm just saying. Maybe, how do we know that they have the nuclear weapon?
I'm just saying the official position. I'm not saying that they do or they don't.
No, I'm just saying maybe they don't. We don't know. We don't know for sure. Have they
certainly have the skills.
Have they done any underground testing?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
However, to get back to what I was saying, the purpose of a nuclear threat, as I understand it, is as a deterrent for other people, from other people, to attack your sovereignty. The rationale is for the nuclear weapons. Not because you're advocating to go into another country and light them up with an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb, but just as a deterrent from others not to do so to you.
Right, and so you do not hear Israel say, we want to wipe Iran off the map.
Agreed.
But we hear Iran and its proxies say, we want to wipe Israel off the map. Because they believe that the Israelis illegally hold that land, which is not their land. That's what they believe.
They spread through proxies and in their own IRGC a web of basically terrorist armies throughout, or groups throughout the Middle East.
Right. So that kills right there the argument which we have heard on the stage here. Well, if Israel has the right to have the nuclear weapon, why shouldn't Iran? Because Iran is not Israel. And Iran is not the United States. And Iran is not China or Russia, all of whom we would do everything in its power to avoid nuclear Armageddon. These are people whose religious belief is Armageddon.
It's my understanding
so why would you give them the tools of Armageddon?
I certainly would choose not to do so.
Right.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding, actually, that the previous Ayatollah, who's dead now, who's recently dead, actually had a fatwa against employing nuclear weapons. He wanted to destroy Israel for sure and wipe Israel, the little Satan, and America, the big Satan, off the map, but not through. He wasn't advocating to do so through nuclear weapons. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, but that the younger replacement may be more radical than the older one. And again, that's beyond my level of expertise. I'm just repeating what I heard reported. But the use as a deterrent. Iran has learned, or actually demonstrated that they have another deterrent to protect their sovereignty. And that deterrent is shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which they can pretty much do inexpensively with the conventional weapons that they have, with mines, with drones, with missiles. They can shut that down when they please, when they want. And they've demonstrated to the world so that they can knock off, they can hold hostage the world economy, and they have a weapon of deterrence that's a non-nuclear weapon. Again, I would love to see these guys out of power. I think they're oppressive. I'm not a fan of authoritarian theocracies, and actually they not just authoritarian, but people that say that everybody has to believe what they believe, and that just really brutal forms of oppression that the Iranian people have suffered. So I would love it if somebody could come up with a way to help the Iranian people take their country back. And I don't know what that is. And if the Iranian people can tell us how we can help, that would be wonderful. And so I'd love to see this theocracy out of power, so that the Iranian people who don't want to live under this regime, who don't want the theocracy, can take their country back and get this. And I, from what I understand, this foreign implant out of power in their country. Once that's done, I think we will find that the successor can't be worse. It's got to be better. So that's the only way. And as far as this talk about nuclear dust, that's silly. You were using the term. I think they have 60% enriched uranium, which is different than plutonium. And I put some articles in the chat about the difference between atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs. And they're used in different ways. And like an atomic bomb is the first stage of setting off a hydrogen bomb, which is the difference between fusion and fission. And you can take a look at the article, but uranium is not the same as plutonium. And I think what they have is uranium. I think Trump doesn't understand what he's talking about, because neither of those things are nuclear dust. The closest thing I can think of this nuclear dust is the yellow cake uranium, which is a early stage in refinement for making a more potent enriched uranium. But that's the business about dust, I think, is just reflects a lack of understanding.
Did I say plutonium when I should have said uranium? Uranium, and I misspoke, and I appreciate you correcting me on that.
I'm not faulting you. I mean, you're not.
I'm not saying you are. It's, if I misspoke, I'm going to be corrected. I don't want to be wrong. So you're correct that Ali Khamenei did issue a long-standing fatwa that declared that the production, stockpiling, and use of nuclear weapons is forbidden under Islamic law. But it is also true that Mujtaba, who is his son, is never reaffirmed this decree, and he's seen as a hardliner. In other words, stronger on the issue than his dead dad. But even that fatwa, if in fact they issued a long-standing fatwa that declared the production, stockpiling, and use of nuclear weapons forbidden under law, why were they continuing the enrichment program? It was meaningless, because
he violated his own decree. I mean, this is proof, if we don't have enough proof, that the position to actually go in there and get the highly enriched uranium, which is likely dispersed onto multiple to get it. You're just not going to be able to get it out in any other way that I can see. I mean, China gives them some help, and they have overland routes across Asia to China. I think there's a railway that's recently been completed in that Belt Road Initiative. So I think they have other ways to get material in and out of the country other than by water, which is the most efficient way to do it by water and not by rail or by truck or by air. But they're not completely closed off, and I don't see, unless the Iranian people, unless we empower the Iranian people to take their country back, the majority of the Iranian people, from my understanding, I don't see how we're going to do it unless there is a willingness of the population and a commitment to put troops into Iran and to fight it out. Up this nuclear material that they have, and they already said that they're not giving it to a third country. So, whether or not they go forward and make either an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb is a completely, it's a different order. Do they have the knowledge? Are they people that have the skills, the knowledge, the education, the technical expertise to make weapons? Yeah, they appear to be. They certainly are. I'd be surprised if they weren't. So, I don't know how else they can be deterred from going forward if that's what they want to do.
Thank you, Lynn. It looks like we're coming to close to a close here. Maybe others will come up, but in case they don't, I want to just address two things. One, if anybody here is here as a result of a link that they got off of Facebook, people came in via Facebook today. The second thing is with regard to the question that Agent, and I think Howard, maybe, and if there's any question in anybody's mind about whether the Pakistani government was aware that he was in exile in their country, one only needs to look at the mission that resulted in his demise by the Navy SEALs. The important part of that mission, vis-a-vis today's discussion, is the United States violated the sovereignty of a nation, Pakistan, to get public enemy number one in its hands. Because had they notified Pakistan and had they asked for a joint operation and had they been given the green light by the Pakistani government, they knew that he would have been tipped off. So that tells you everything you need to know about the government of Pakistan. And I, for one, and I'm speaking strictly for myself, obviously, wish that the United States policy would be definitive right now in support of the government of India and in absolute opposition of the government of Pakistan. It's a terrorist regime as well. How they get involved in, just like how Doha gets involved in negotiations to help settle this conflict between the United States and Iran, is frankly laughable. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I think history will prove once again that I am right. I really feel confident enough to arrogantly declare that right now.
You are absolutely right, Gary. It amazed me. They want to just argue with the mullahs, and they go have a negotiation guy, which is the mullah in the suit. It proved to the world Pakistan after Ataturk, it's just another terrorist Islamic country. That's it. Nothing else, nothing more.
Thank you, Alan. David, followed by El Normo, our prodigal son. Dave.
Hey, Gary. Good to be back on the stage. What I want to address the Pakistani comments. Kind of look at it from a high-level perspective. The United States did technically, they helped Pakistan with some technical training on the nukes, and they kind of turned a blind eye to them developing it because they were on our side against the Soviets. So this was a geopolitical Cold War play here. The United States didn't really care so much about.
So this goes back to this goes back to the philosophy, David. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No. The enemy of your enemy is aligned with you in that particular conflict, but he is not your friend. That is a big miscalculation.
Okay. Well, yeah. And many argue that Pakistan is basically a military with a country, not the other way around. So, and they've obviously been aligned with a lot of our policies. And India was more of a friend of the Soviet Union. That's why Modi continued to buy Russian oil even after the massive destruction they brought on Ukraine. They have that Cold War allyship that they still haven't let go of. So there's that. And we were assisting Pakistan in relation to that because we didn't know what side of the fence India was going to come on.
So I'll take the other side of the coin on that one and say the friend of my enemy is my enemy. No, the friend of my enemy is aligned with my enemy on his need for the oil. That does not necessarily make him my enemy. It's very one-dimensional the way this works in the area of diplomacy and everything, and I don't understand why. Very one-dimensional in the way the outlook. I don't know if that's coming from the CIA. I don't know whether it's coming from the DIA. I don't know whether it's coming from one of the other alphabet soups. But this is the way they look at these things, and history has shown that that's a miscalculation.
Well, of course, and we miscalculate. It's not perfect. But take it back even further, when we look at the demise of the Shah and what replaced him under the Carter administration, Carter was putting pressure on the Shah to liberalize their economy, liberalize the press. And what happened when the Shah released some of those strictures? The press came out and had all these anti-Shah campaigns leveled against him, and more or less got him ousted out of the country, setting the stage for the Ayatollah to come in. And again, once again, Gary, we had a difficult choice to make. Do we allow the Ayatollah to pivot into the Soviet orbit, or we choose the lesser of two evils, which was the Islamic orbit? And the Islamic orbit won out, and we saw that as a better deal for us because
except guess what? There is an alliance between the Islamic orbit and the former Soviet orbit anyways. So what was the choice there? Maybe the choice would have been the Jimmy Carter approach. Let the Iranian people decide democratically themselves who they want to lead them. If that had happened, then I would have no problem with whatever Iran is doing today.
Well, we did that. They did playbook in the 50s, and we ousted their lefty guy. We remember Mossadegh, the Mossadegh campaign that was against the Shah, and the people wanted Mossadegh, and Mossadegh wanted to nationalize the oil. He didn't like the raw deal that the Iranian people were getting with the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which was BP, British Petroleum. I think the Iranians were getting 25% for every dollar that was pulled out of the country. So
here we go again.
More money.
Here we go again. The enemy of my friend is my enemy. So oust him to make room because the Brits wanted him gone.
We held that on the French and the British Empire, and when we ousted Mossadegh, guess what? We made Iran more American than British, and the Shah was bringing all of our influence. So we sort of dismantled the British with one fell swoop with that move there in Iran. That was sort of the apex of British
when
Empire.
Eisenhower brought them into a room and smacked all their heads together and told them to get their shit straight, basically.
Basically, yeah, exactly. I don't think that was verbatim, Marshall, but yeah, it was.
No, it's not verbatim. I got it from a book called Ike's. Ike's Bluff, and it's about Eisenhower being the first nuclear powered president. And they recite the Suez Crisis, and in the reciting of the Suez Crisis, you learn that Eisenhower was not happy with either of the three powers for doing it. He was furious with the Europeans and was furious with Israel for doing stuff.
Yeah, and we shut it down. We opened up the Suez, and that was also the part of the demise of the British Empire. The British Empire basically had to take a backseat to our foreign policy, and they got in line with all that. And so, but now we're facing, I think, that similar crisis today with the Suez. I mean, with the Hormuz issue, because we're not able to flex our power to where we can take this middle power Iran, this IRGC regime, and bring them to heel. I mean, we're not able to bring them to heel, Gary. And I want to focus again on diplomacy, because I think at the end of the day, Gary, it may have not have served the long-term agenda of keeping Iran with nukes, but the Obama, Kerry, JCPOA alliance that we put together to rein in the Ayatollah and to provide some sunlight with the International Atomic Energy Agency and the inspectors and all of that went on was a far better deal than we have today. And don't take my word for it. Take the retired generals of the IDF who came on the record saying that JCPOA, the retired general, Lieutenant General Eisenkot, said that the JCPOA kicked the can down the road maybe 10, 15 years of keeping Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Another general, a guy named Golan, Major General Golan, he also said the same thing. He was concerned that by dismantling the JCPOA, we dismantled and we created mistrust with the Iranian regime. We sowed mistrust with our allyship in creating alliances. Fast forward today with Trump and the bluster and everything else that's dismantled the NATO alliance, and we don't have any friends now to help us out with this debacle that we're mired in. So these former heads of the IDF generalship are speaking what a lot of the experts are saying, Gary. And again, I mean, yeah, could they have cheated on the deal if everybody held the line, Gary, followed their what they signed up for, and as Ronald Reagan said, you trust but verify. I think the dismantling of the deal was a bad situation for the world, and now we're playing this game of it's not funny. I mean, people are laughing, but it's not funny. And now the whole world's held hostage, by this regime, and we've given them more power than they deserve. And now and to Marshall's point, boots on the ground. I mean, his line of questioning is very interesting, because at the end of the day, do you look at your child and say, all right, son, you might have to join the military? I got a nephew right now, he's looking to join the Marine Corps. He's 19 years old, and I told my sister, I said, Diana, I said, John better be ready to fight, because if this thing goes to the mat, that's where he's going right now. So you have to look your family members in the eye and say, okay, am I willing to lose more of my own children for this campaign here? And those are the questions, Gary, that every politician, every president who sat in office that's had to make big picture decisions is doing, is they're sending our children to war. And at the end of the day, okay, I don't know who's doing the thumbs up. I want you to march down to the military ops and see if you can join up. And I want you to put your name on the line and tell me who you are. Not funny, it's real life. I mean, so Gary, at the end of the day, Trump's got himself in a bit of a pickle. And the answers and the decisions that we have to make are not good. But I'm telling you right now, Gary, in the United States and the world at large, China especially, they're about business. They're about making money. We have our ideologies, we have our communism, we have all of that. But at the end of the day, they want to put money in their coffers. And this is stopping that sacrosanct mission and agenda of growing markets and putting money in the bank. And war is not going to advance that any further than it already has. So anyway, Alan, do you want to say something? I'm going to land. Thank you.
I think Alan's.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
No, David, I didn't mean to laugh at you. It was just funny the way you catched it right away.
Okay, gotcha.
So remember the movie Hook with Robin Williams? He played Peter Pan.
You're the only person who saw that, Gary.
That was a terrific movie, and a lot of people saw it. When he was talking to his son Jack, he said, "My word is my bond." And so Jack's response to his father, Peter Pan, was much the same as the world looks at the United States now with regard to our word. He says, "My word is my bond," and Jack replies, "Yeah, junk bonds." So, not to argue whether the JCPOA was a good or a bad agreement. It was an agreement. The United States made an agreement, much like the NATO agreement. So when you reach an agreement such as that, the subsequent administrations adhere to that agreement. It's sort of like I've got a contractual obligation, whether it's to my employees or to companies that I'm dealing with my company, my corporation. And I sell my corporation to Norm. He assumes those liabilities. He can't just say, "Well, now I own Gary Incorporated, and I don't have to pay my employees, or I don't have to pay my suppliers." There's an agreement that transcends ownership, or in this case, administrations. So I would argue, even if you don't like the JCPOA, you got the agreement.
I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Who keep watch over the universe? Yea, who company the deer to the house of rest? I let the ship roll and dancing on words to the hearts of heaven. Lord, I'm a slave which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance for eternal love over the I travel Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Creek's Theater, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Cloak, the Ancient Tennis Rites of Priesthood, the Rites of Rivers, the Rites of Mystery, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the The Order of the Montanists. The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. In my object of sublime, shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime.
my mind, a needle made of light, thread into the night. I marked a hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost to the promise, to the cause, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time.
The order, you're about to become mothers, receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate goals! Elevate goals! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Prefigures the general view. Plate 4
what gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Filii. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into four lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. A rectangular grid with Enochian letters. The center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and
When my insight is keen as the hawks by my head, I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given and none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the sick,
11 other voices, Abracadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Thou on the head of the whole. The iron foe, thou those memories hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, the iron thou bearest the bond of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. The I invoke. Since so thou who bearest the rose and rose of life and life, the I invoke. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 other voices. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apophis. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temper of the water. Thee I invoke. Nose upbring is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy border. Thou hast garments of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Those menace hideth the universe with night, the
is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Crony-Non. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You sent out paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass the hat, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. The cash goes out with our dish. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sky. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. The cash goes out for nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want to see every cent, every check, every week. Turn the lights to the secrets, to the cries, to the shadows. Go back, go back. Johnson is the time. Everyone can pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash comes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Punch the truth all the time. Get a scream till the whole town sees it flash. Brandon Johnson is the time. Brandon Johnson is the time. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals 1-3 million against a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Womanity is a scam. Johnson is the time. For transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the thing. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for lives is a scam. It's a life tax, socialist, taxologist, no taxes, taxes, affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Yeah, 1-3 Brandon Johnson criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time. For transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for lives is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, or taxologist, no taxes, justice, no affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to get to $20. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Remember the book's transparency. We're spinning track up now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the book's transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. freedoms for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologist, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. We two divine voice upon your tackles, who keep watch over the universe. Yea, who company the near to the house of rest. Pilot the ship overall, advancing onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance for eternal death over the nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosicrucian, the Order of the Holy Royal Arches, the Ancient Telesic Rites of Usury, the Rites of Lewis, the Rites of Mystery, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the sacred glory and love of Masonry, the Order of Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. mark the hidden scene. I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit
crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turned back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost to the price, to the price, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
The order about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order. For that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate B gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 square.
which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices. 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign in each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given and none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the 6,
11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Thou on the head of the whole. The iron folk, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. The iron folk. Whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. And thee unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Thee I invoke. Nose upbring is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Formulated thy father, and made fertile thy border. Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Those menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue.
is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Crony-Non. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams. Sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. The cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Stolen numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people, let the door stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about football, then rage the toll. Your city in its chokehold, just speed road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. I want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo up on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who bring it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes up with our dance. Open up the books right now. Stolen numbers and transparency on this. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every beat.
I tried rights to be able to rise to this little call. So I'm just saying that I think the right is the biggest.
politician. As you know, talk well by your community in Texas as well as representing Black people on a national stage and in the House of Representatives and it shouldn't be Texas. This is taxpayer. This is not Jewish. This is Zionist.
Sorry, you want me to comment on what you just said or the topic? What do I think about that concept? I think some of it has validity and some of it doesn't. That's what I'm. And if I add, I think in some way, depending on who the Supreme Court is, it changes. So it's not saying. And then I would love to say something else for a minute or two, if that's okay, which hopefully is on point. If not, you can interrupt me and tell me to shut up. Is that okay? What I have heard some people say, maybe Ali, I'm no Ali defender, okay, because I'm not. That's not right. But fine, I won't mention anybody's name except mine, no problem. When I have heard different people speaking about the United States Constitution as a concept, what I normally hear them say in addition to that is the reason they say it's a concept is because if you don't have enforcement of the law, then because the law is never enforced, it remains a concept. But as long as you have proper enforcement, then it rises from a concept to the law. I just wanted to say that. Thanks for.
Okay, the Constitution is the law, right? And even if it's a concept, being the concept is a concept of the law. So being a concept, you can be a concept and a law at the same time, right? But usually when people just refer to something as a concept, they tend to imply it something non-material, right? Which will be kind of weird if someone is saying it's the law and they just come back to say it's a concept. Now, the Voting Rights Act was not in the Constitution. I wish it was, but it wasn't, right? But coming back to the comment of the Supreme Court, like kind of like the Constitution should the Supreme Court. In theory, then the Constitution says no, right? The Constitution is written for, and there could be a place for interpretatory interpretation of the Constitution and what is constitutional and not constitutional. But the Supreme Court doesn't have the power to change the Constitution, and that's in the Constitution. The Constitution has rules on how the Constitution could be changed, and the Supreme Court doesn't have that power.
I'm sorry, the Constitution can never be changed. It can be amended, and the purpose of the Supreme Court is to amend.
That's what amendment means.
Well, I'm glad that's what you meant, but I didn't interrupt you. That sounded like you were done. Wow, there are 25, 30 people in the room, and everybody understood. I think I understood that. All the changes word. No, that's not supposed to be. This is the order to uphold
And still comments on the Constitution, right?
No, wrong. No, wrong. It's Shirley.
When people say they completely misunderstand or purposefully twist the words, right? Or even include words, and then say, yes, this is the Constitution. You're saying that that's okay.
No, I'm not saying that at all. You're wrong again. You're 2 for 2. And I'm not going to mention it. And I'm not going to.
Goes and doesn't think that current order of the United States is, as far as I remember, right, which is very Roman Empire, right? And it is set on.
We're inheriting the Roman Empire.
Well, the structure of the government.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And along with the things actually involved by president. And here, president to that. So, we were raised up rules, which is never going to be president. Do you think that's okay?
No, I don't think it's okay when the Supreme Court breaks its own rules, but going back to what I said 2 minutes ago, I do not agree with you what you said about the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is designed to interpret the Constitution. Now, I'm not on the computer. I can look this up and do heavy lifting, but that's been the way that I was educated. The Supreme Court it interprets the Constitution. And if anybody disagrees with me, I'll be happy to look it up and I can get it. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree with me there.
My question is further.
Yes.
And in quotation, interpret the Constitution.
Yep.
In the wrong way.
Really? Who decides what's wrong and what's right?
The Constitution. I mean, if the Supreme Court.
No, Carlos, you're wrong.
Wait. Let me speak, Steve, before you say I'm wrong. If the Constitution says that the president can only run twice, and then the Supreme Court comes and says, you know what, presidents can run 4 times, right? It is written in plain English by the Constitution that presidents can only hold office twice. So yes, the Supreme Court could go against the Constitution. That's right. If the Supreme Court came with a saying, hey, presidents can hold office 5 times, is that not against the Constitution?
Well, Carlos, you're wrong. The Constitution doesn't say that the presidents can only hold for 2 terms. It's an amendment to the Constitution. It's an amendment to the Constitution.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's still in the Constitution. Amendment of the Constitutions are in the Constitution.
All right. Okay. So now we're taking the position that amendment to the Constitution is the Constitution. Fine, no problem.
Well,
okay, good. No. In that case, the Constitution says presidents are limited to 2 terms. Fine.
Try understanding that amendments are not Constitution.
Not the original Constitution, no. There are amendments to the Constitution. Excuse me, if you ask me a question, at least give me 30 seconds to answer. Okay? I've always made a distinguishing difference Constitution and the amendments to the Constitution. But if you want to say they're the same thing, I'll be happy to go along with that. I'm fine.
Are the amendments part of the Constitution?
Well, based on what you're saying, yes. I say no. I say they're amendments. They're different.
But they're not part of the Constitution.
Okay, are amendments part of the original Constitution? Is that what you're asking me? It's the original, right? It seems to me there be amendments. Well, I don't understand why we're getting hung up on this. What's the difference? Yeah, I don't think there is a difference, right? I think that all of the amendments are fine. I'm agreeing now. I said I'm agreeing now. Okay, fine, but go ahead and keep talking about it, even though I already agree. Go ahead. I think understand is private right to interpretation. That's the first answer. I agree.
But you know, when we just recently the Supreme Court just did the Second Amendment, right? And they interpreted the Second Amendment, right, as a right. Because there has been a lot of arguments about, hey, there's a right, they said it's a right and not a privilege. So when we work hard as a privilege, and that's why we're doing all these regulations on how to owning a gun is not a privilege, it is a right. And that's how they interpreted the Second Amendment.
Even though you can put a bunch of regulations on owning a gun.
There's a thing here.
Every state has individual regulations to own a gun. What are you talking about? Yes. Am I not speaking the truth? Every state has individual regulations for owning a gun. Oh, you didn't say that until just now. Fine. Federal level has regulations to own a gun. Isn't that true? Is it true or not? It's not. Really?
Yeah. You only need to have federal regulations.
So anybody can own a fully automatic M16. Is that what you're saying?
In the state of Texas?
No, you said you just switched back now. You said federal law 10 seconds ago. Under federal law, can any individual own a fully automatic M16?
When you're done screaming and you let everything out, you let me know. Because I am not going to be continuously. And I see that you probably need to
all right, I'll be up. Oh, I thought you were finished. I'll be happy to.
Okay. You need to let out all your speak first, and then I can speak uninterrupted.
Yes, that is what I need. Thank you.
Okay, let out all your speak.
I will.
Scream as much as you want.
I will.
Let me know when you're coming.
I will do that too. I will do that too. I will do that too. All right, great. You know, sometimes you sound like you know what you're talking about. And sometimes you make statements that are completely untrue. To say that, I thought you just said you were going to let me speak uninterrupted. Obviously, you're the one that can't control it.
Yeah. Speak on the topic, but I'm needing evaluation of my character. It go to my therapist today.
I'm sure he knew what he was walking into. And to be honest, I'm not really quite sure what the Constitution told him is about.
Well, one of the points that I bring out was that clearly the Supreme Court could contradict the Constitution, right? The Constitution could be in plain English saying, hey, like I gave the example of the president, and then you go all the way of like, oh, it's an amendment, it's not original Constitution. For this time, as Steve was saying, it's binding. Like right now, currently, with all its amendments to the Constitution are part of the Constitution, right? So the Supreme Court is supposed to be bound by it. It cannot rewrite the Constitution. So if something is written in plain English saying that the Constitution says this, and then the Supreme Court directly contradicts it, right? That is like, I guess, a constitutional crisis, right? Because the Supreme Court cannot do that. And I guess it will take the Congress to step in, right? To like impeach the court or something. But my point being is that the Supreme Court doesn't have the power to interpret the Constitution at will. Like, all they can say whatever the fuck they want out of the Constitution, and then it becomes law. That's stupid.
I mean, you're half right about that, right? The problem with what you're saying is the Constitution isn't written in plain English. It's written in highly technical English that does require interpretation. The prose is dense. The prose is technical. The prose is packed with terms. And those terms do require interpretation. And so this idea that
when was the last time you read it?
English.
When was the last time you read it?
I don't know, a couple days ago. Why?
It's not
So the idea that you can read it in plain English is not entirely true. You actually do need some education in order to be able to interpret it effectively.
Wait, okay. Can you pull up the First Amendment? The freedom of speech and religion and everything else. Are you telling me that that's not written in plain English and that you need to be educated in constitutional law to understand what it means?
No, I didn't say you need to be educated in constitutional law. I didn't say that.
Okay.
Right.
So the Second Amendment is very clear, right? The 22nd.
I thought we were doing the First Amendment.
Well,
yeah, why don't you just read the First Amendment for the class? Just read the First Amendment for the class.
Respecting the establishment of religion. I mean, already we're on establishment of religion. That's going to require unpacking.
Oh.
That's going to require unpacking. The establishment of religion requires unpacking as a term. Right?
Hold on. I'm a person with no high education. For me, it is very easy to understand what that is.
So unpack it as a term.
You mean unpack what it means?
Yes, like, specifically establishment of a religion. Unpack that.
Establishment of a religion is basically like a lot of things they do in this world, like Russia, for example, where they have one religion as a government religion, right? And that is the Russian Orthodoxy, the Christian Orthodoxy. So other religions don't have the same rights. Their religion that is established by the government, which is supreme to all the other religions. Does that make sense?
I mean, first of all, that doesn't actually unpack the term, right?
It doesn't, because it does say that, like, on most coins and tender, in God we trust. So it is establishing religious aspects.
Right. So for first of all, it doesn't unpack the term of religion. Right. Second,
I want to just say that
I wasn't done yet. Hold on a second, Benjamin. I wasn't done yet. First of all, it doesn't unpack the term establishment of religion. Secondly,
yes, it does.
You used a lot of words there.
I just want to say,
I wasn't done yet, Benjamin.
Benjamin,
I wasn't done yet. Excuse you. You can wait your turn, Benjamin.
Yeah, you can wait your turn. I just want to point out, I think Katrina nailed this, because the founding fathers were clearly saying that they wanted
what I was saying was that you used
they wanted this country to be different.
Impulse control.
They wanted this country to be different than the country they had already experienced. It's obviously what they meant.
So when we go from France, right, Benjamin, when we look at back in that time, France, England, religion was entangled with government. They went hand in hand. Religion made laws, and that was the.
Well, I think that you're right.
You could not make one religion, on a government level. That this particular government nation, right? This nation and the government of this nation is only practicing this religion, and this religion is above all the other religions. Period.
I think you were right instinctively, Katrina, that they were writing against their own past. They were writing against their own experience.
It's not instinctively. They said that.
Well, sure. I think the issue is, what do we do going forward?
Why are we talking about impulse control when Benjamin interrupted me? Right? I
He's
was
the mod.
and Benjamin interrupted me.
He's
right?
the mod.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, then if you don't.
So why are we talking about impulse control when Benjamin has poor impulse control? Okay, so what I was saying was that you used a lot of words to unpack that term, which demonstrates.
Okay, I am going to kick this person out of the room
because there is no humility or just decency.
He thinks we're all chatbots and shit.
Yeah. I don't bring people down. I kick them out of the room, like I said. So if anybody has a problem with that, that's okay. You can let me know, and I won't do that here. Just don't harm me.
What did T do? I don't understand. He was interrupted by Benjamin.
He's the mod.
Yeah, so what? He's Benjamin. Who gives a fuck?
Well, I don't know the dynamic between you guys, but I think if mod is
look at that, he's gone.
A conversation.
Yeah, Benjamin's not here no more. So what?
Okay.
Well, I think the conversation got a little bit derailed by T. I mean, it's true that it's true that there is nuances, right? And like, it's written in plain English, but that doesn't mean that there's no nuances in plain English, and there's ambiguity in language in general. So nobody's arguing that there is no need for a court to interpret the law. The point that I'm making is that there's clear statements in the Constitution that are transparent and don't have ambiguity. They're pretty clearly stated. For example, and I give the example, like the president cannot hold office more than twice, right? There's no ambiguity on that. Nobody can say that they can hold office 5 times or 3 times through interpreting and be correct. There's no nuance there to have a court. And if the court were to say that all of a sudden presidents can hold office more than once, they will be essentially against the Constitution. It will be constitutional crisis.
You'd be shocked at the ability for people to interpret that particular clause, Carlos.
Yeah, because they're already making an argument right now. A lot of lawyers, right? Not
a lot, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, a lot of Trump circle lawyers, right? They have a whole team right now who are already, in quotations, interpreting it, right? So basically, the way they are saying it is that the president cannot be elected. Now, what is the word elected? Elected by the people. That means there has to be an election.
The Constitution says hold office. It doesn't say elected. It says hold office.
Elected.
Yeah. No, it says
the 22nd Amendment says elected.
Hold office. They cannot hold office more than twice.
Okay, somebody pull up the Constitution, the 22nd Amendment. Unless I'm like completely being
No, you're right.
gaslit over here.
No, I'll read it because Carlos is wrong. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice.
Yeah.
And no person who has held the office of the president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected shall be elected to the office of the president more than once.
Not talking about the vice president in a situation where the president is incapacitated, the vice president takes over. And if the vice president took over and he held the role of the president or whatever, there's a succession, whatever. And if that person held office for longer than 2 years, that considers already as a term, as a full term. I don't know. It's pretty easy for me to understand this. Why are people saying that this is such a hard language?
It leads to the interesting trivia. Well, because it furthers it's a presupposition of their argument. And then they just keep going on down the argument when the premise is shit.
Okay, so my original thought-provoking question was, if the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution in the wrong way, right? For example, they pick the word elected and they say, well, the thing is that the president has to be elected. And if there's no elections because, let's just say, for example, we have a national emergency, we just got attacked and there's chaos in the country, right? Where, major military defense operation, being bombed, right? Then in that situation, you cannot have elections. So technically, do you see how far this interpretation can go and be manipulated? Yeah. So my question is, when that happens, right, and the Supreme Court says this is constitutional, there is nobody else to pretty much go against them, is there? Because they're the highest court and they are in charge of interpreting the Constitution and making sure the Constitution is followed.
No, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying, my argument is not that it cannot happen. My point is that it's against the rules, right? I mean, that in theory, the Constitution could not be written by the Supreme Court. That's my point. The Constitution says what is the process to be amended, and it's part of that process. Like, let me give you another example. Like the Supreme.
Hold on, nobody was disagreeing with that, and nobody was arguing or debating you on that fact, right?
Well,
I was talking about
Stephen T. were certainly not in agreeing with me, right? But like, you seem to,
right?
Well, when you say nobody, that they were here, right? When you say nobody, right? It's and again, when you're talking about someone who refused to talk about like saying the Constitution was legal, was the law, right? It's essentially the same thing as it's been happening to me when it's like until now you're saying like, okay, nobody disagrees with you right now on that point. That's fine, but I'll just that's the point that people were arguing before.
Gotcha.
Till this point, we can say.
I gotcha. Okay, well, now we can agree that those four are not here right now. And we can maybe not talk about their points. Not bring up their points. Because everybody else here kind of agrees and understands that there's a structure of how to change the Constitution.
There's two structures. I was trying to ping Ali in the room, but I don't know how to do it. I think he's, I don't know where he is, but I feel like you guys got off on the wrong foot. Ali's a pretty stand-up guy, in my personal opinion. And he has quite a lot to say about this subject. But
Elliot, I appreciate you. And I can see that you have a lot of affinity for this person. Nothing against that, right? I would.
Is anybody else's app like messing up right now? For some reason, the audio just cuts out and it's just I feel weird.
Are you on Android?
I think somebody that has a personal bias against
Katrina, I think you've had quite a day. A lot of conversation with a lot of different people. Most of them seem half crazy, and you handle it.
Well, like I said earlier, I like once in a while to practice.
Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
I think a 6-year-old would be excellent practice for most of these characters.
Well, I have a 9-year-old son, so honestly, a lot of times that's what I have to do. I literally just turn on my mom hats. Honestly,
that was hilarious. You're like, okay, have a tantrum. Are you done with your tantrum? You sound like you were talking to your kid.
That's I mean, that is the purest.
Because you were talking to your kid. It was just somebody else.
Yeah. I have to.
You're talking to a kid, not your kid.
Well, I don't say a kid. I don't know. I think kids are very intelligent. But I just have to meet the people on their needs. That he definitely had a need to scream and let it out. So, you know what? Just like a little kid who's just have all these emotions and they don't know how to deal with them, right? Because they haven't developed that part, right? You just have to help them out a little bit. You know, let it out. You know.
I have the theory that Steve is drunk a lot of the time. sometimes when you have conversations with him, he's more measured and it's possible to have a better conversation. Sometimes it's impossible. He interrupts all the times. It's like people start talking like, yeah. It is like, I think he's drunk, like literally drunk.
Steve, he definitely. Oh well, wait. Can you guys hear me first of all?
Yes. I can hear you fine.
Thanks, fine. Oh my gosh.
Elliot has that.
The app is like going, I don't know, it's going bonkers right now. I have to leave and come back. And you guys are like cutting out mid sentence for me, and I have to like leave and come back. Steve is like he interrupts a lot, and I do find that like really annoying. But he's also pretty harmless, and I think he's well intentioned most of the time. So I give him a pass on this stuff sometimes.
I don't think he's so harmless. I think that he's misogynistic towards the women in his cadre. Says really inappropriate things to married women.
Well, apparently, my level of not having a higher education shows quite a lot.
Yeah, you can't even read the Constitution. No, Katrina, I agree. I agree, it does. You should wear it as a badge of honor. Most people who have to pay somebody to learn this shit is because they're dumb.
Well, I like to call myself, right, disarm the people usually. And, why don't you explain to me the little stupid blonde, bleach blonde, stay-at-home mom who doesn't have any education, explain to me.
So how do you feel?
What you're saying.
You put in a lot of work. You're exhausted.
I love doing that.
You're probably a little tired than you needed to be in practice, though, right?
Let's enjoy this. Nobody's going to tell Bro that he's hot by game.
Sorry. Talking to my young man who played 3 times today. He practiced.
Oh yeah. What's up?
Yeah, he practiced before he practiced. And I'm like, you gotta be feeling pretty good about yourself, but you also gotta be exhausted. Because it's 9:25. Third time in the fastball.
Yeah, I think actually, for a second, I thought you were talking about all of us, bro, because that also applies here. I think you opened this room at, I got here like 9 a.m. Pacific, and it's been kind of hanging out all day. And it's actually been, I think it's been a pretty good crew today. And there were a lot of like really draining, energy intensive kind of conversations, but there also some really
That is true.
But I think everybody generally handled themselves relatively pretty well.
How did you guys survive Briar?
What do you mean survive Briar?
I think Briar's a lot stake in.
Oh, you mean that there is a lot of content, a lot of information to process in a really short amount of time? I can agree with you on that. That is a very high level, very detailed. Yes. Benjamin, you need to practice your skills of, whatever. Oh my God, why am I about to blank?
Probably because there's so many things that follow in that sentence.
No.
I have so many skills. Isn't it like piloting skills, like guitar skills?
Practicing your absorbing information skills. That the information that comes at you is very rapid and very, what could I say? Not simple. Very loaded.
I do think that Briar is a gift talent. I think that's right. But I think that a lot of his claims are unsupported. It's just a naked gift talent.
The thing he was talking about, one of the things he was talking about, that's the view of Noam Chomsky. I don't know that
Isn't Noam Chomsky one of Epstein's friends? Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, that's right. But he's also
the most
number 4.
academic on this.
Number 10. Yeah, Epstein.
I think the question who wasn't Epstein's friend? I think that would have been a lot shorter.
Barack Obama wasn't.
Yeah, I'm saying that list would be a lot shorter than who was.
I don't think he was just his friend, though. I think he was like one of those,
Well,
Yeah,
it's a friend in quotations.
It's not clear because he was just into academics, right? And so he was friends with a lot of people in academy, but it's not clear that they were also pedophiling. But that's why you would like to have an investigation to find out exactly who was doing what. But what the fuck?
You can go to jmail.world right now and look up the emails between him and Chomsky.
I didn't say it was Gage. I have saved, well, I don't know that I saved all the trouble. I haven't read all of them. I've read quite a few of them. There are like, I think there's a few thousand, email correspondence between them. Most of them were just like stupid little like, hello, how are you? Like really short messages. But some of them were like really, I was like so fucking disappointed to see this guy in the Epstein files. Like I'm still disappointed to this day. I have mixed feelings. It's kind of like a Michael Jackson situation, if you know what I mean. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Oh, we know what you mean. Let's not go there. That's a long time ago. Is it long? Well, it's just interesting.
Is it wrong to like a pedophile music? Music written by a pedophile.
Oh, the thing that bugged me the most about what I read, I didn't read all of them, but was that he was, even after Epstein was convicted in 2008 of solicitation of an underage minor, prostitution, and another conviction in 2008, Epstein still maintained contact with him for many years afterward. That is extremely fucking disappointing. And there's a few more things that I've heard other people say about this that I haven't personally read, but I think they're probably right about them.
Elliot, do you have an Android phone?
Yeah, I got the S25 Ultra. Benjamin, I'm surprised you're not more onto the Chomsky thing, because he seems like the prime pickings, if you know what I mean, from your.
Oh, from my little perspective. I'm not anti-academic, by the way. I gotta be careful of that. I'm writing a department proposal, a new department proposal for MC Boulder.
It's funny. It's earlier we talked about the phones like many hours ago, and maybe Pro's right that it is the moral, ethical choice to have an Android.
I just wanted to point out, Elliot, that you and I and Joe have Android. We all have that same problem. And what I figured out until they fix it is that it's going to happen every time your phone does a angle redraw. Like if you rotate the phone and it redraws the screen in the new position, it is not reconnecting the audio. Does that make sense?
Interesting. That's why I don't have the problem, because I turned that one off.
Oh, you're turned off. Yeah, turn off rotate on your phone.
And I don't really have a problem.
Rotate on your phone, and you'll be fine.
I've actually got the screen lock on, so my screen never rotates. But when it happens for me, it seems consistent with me. Like, okay, if I press like the back button to drop down this the Clubhouse chat room, then I open up like the hallway. That's usually the main culprit. That's typically when.
I've seen other things do it as well, like going to the settings screen. Yeah.
I don't have Taro's sensibilities about things. I lack a lot of the insight that people like Taro have. But I think that if you guys were to have like a longer conversation with Ali, I think you'd probably agree. At least I hope that he's not like one of these crackpot conspiracy theorist type of people. He's like actually kind of the opposite.
Ali is sensible. That's another way of saying Ali agrees with me.
I've heard Ali make plenty of bad takes, but I think he's probably a relatively moderate kind of person. But he's as nice and well mannered as he is. He says some shit that I go But what exactly did he say today? I'm sure I'm beating it down, but.
I wasn't there for the whole. I heard like snippets back and forth. There was a combo between him, Katrina, and David as well. And David and Katrina seemed like on the same side of it. I didn't hear the whole thing. What was I gonna say? Ali, he seems to go like a little too hard into the Muslim stuff.
Yeah, he does.
I think he might even be a little more hardcore than Benjamin. I don't know.
I've heard people.
As I said, he's smart. He agrees with me.
I was in a room one day where someone was accusing of that, and I hadn't actually heard it, so then I started paying attention to it, and I was like, oh, okay, I get what people are talking about. But whatever his experience is, he is, from the 10 or 20 times I've heard him speak, he hardly seems like, compared to the people who are just in this room today, is anywhere near the problem that some of the people were into. I didn't get to hear some of the characters whose names I haven't really heard before, but I forget. You guys said some entertaining names earlier. I was like
an HO guy was in here earlier.
Yeah, that guy was new. He came in the very early morning, and he strikes me as a guy who was on his best behavior to not be as problematic as he probably otherwise normally is, because I think he was just liking we were talking about cosmetics and stuff. And he just jumped around. Remember, we were just kidding around. It was like me, you, and AJ. And all of a sudden, he wouldn't let it go. I was like, bro, like.
Retinol.
Yeah, something. That lady said one thing about it. I can't remember who it was, and he just went crazy. And that's when I was on the court in the morning.
Coco.
Yeah. And she was like, she's just like, oh, I'm into face care, blah, 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 and all that stuff. So, we were just like engaging in that conversation a little bit. He wouldn't let that stuff go. So, and I started listening to the guy's viewpoints. I was like, oh, okay, he's a little touched, but the whole app is a bunch of touch people, And I do some of what I heard Taro doing. Like I was playing basketball, but I was trying to get the gist of it. But it was like the criticism of how people do or don't mod. And it's like I sometimes will get up on my little horse and say the same shit. Be like, but at the end of the day, no one's fucking paid to be here. People can do what the fuck they want. It's a public app, and you can't get mad if people aren't paying attention that much, right? It's not like some evil, sinister plot all the time. If people who are modded aren't doing what they need to be doing, people got fucking lives. Like I listened to about 45% of what went on today, which is about my usual percentage. That's just what I fucking do. I'm not playing police to people, but if I'm in the room and some people are saying some bullshit, I'm going to tell them they're saying some bullshit. I am the least afraid to tell some fucking bullshit person that they're saying bullshit, probably in the whole fucking app. I think people are pussies on this app and don't tell people enough when they're speaking bullshit. So I kind of agree with that, but at the same point, you can't police everybody. People are fucking busy. I don't give two flying shits about what's happening 25% of the time in Clubhouse because I'm barely paying attention. And we got to drop the idea that this is fucking important to people. It is not really that important to me.
I am literally in there just taking up time and letting people talk in the background. And if I have time and I can engage meaningfully, I will. But I come in my room and be under no false pretenses that I really give a shit, because I don't. I only give a shit when I can give a shit, because my life is, fucking just like everybody else. There's a lot of shit going on. And so it's like, this is just a fucking app. And people are going to say bullshit, and you can either leave or stay or come up and tell them to their face that they're being a fuck twat. That's about the options you have. But you can't tell people, like, I need you to moderate harder if we're not paying them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, people don't need to do shit. You can hope they do shit. And I've said the same stuff. Hey, man, you hear some people talking to bullshit. Don't be afraid to throw them in the crowd. What I don't like is when people kick people out of the room. That's just me personally. But, people have kicked people out of the room when I've been in here. Benjamin's done it. Sam's done it. All kinds of guys. I don't usually kick people out of the room. But that's just me. You do your own room and kick people out the room all day. And see how many people stay in the room. Maybe you'll have 50, maybe you'll have 5. Who knows? But the shit's like hard to have a room going all day when you got a life. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. But it's a long ass meta conversation about this shit that's been going on for like 3 hours, talking about the 3 hours of conversation. I can't really believe we're still talking about this shit.
My favorite part was right in the beginning when I first encountered for the first time, the Rational Boomer on the Rational Boomer podcast. That was fucking great. And then I always love it when Sam goes on a rampage. I think he got into it with that guy prior time about whatever that law was that got repealed in 2012. He went in on that guy.
Didn't we start bombing Iran again today? Or was that yesterday?
Depends what time zone you're in.
Shit, did I just talk over everybody again?
No, I can't hear you.
The app is it's happened 6 times in the past 20 minutes.
You know what they say, if you're a petulant child and you don't get your way, well, fucking bomb the shit out of them, right? That's the good old American way, right? I'm gonna have a peace deal, it's gonna be huge, better than the old one. Oh, sorry. It imploded. Let me fucking bomb them.
It's like, move, bitch. Move, bitch. Move, Ahmadinejad. Get out the way. We're coming through. We're going to take your nukes.
I think from 9 to 1 or 12 or something like that, that whole section of today's room was, I think that was a lot of on a real note, a lot of really important information that people need to hear. They need to hear people saying these things.